Good afternoon, and welcome to the New York City hybrid hearing on the committees on general welfare, together with housing and buildings, jointly with mental health and disability and addiction, and veterans. Please silence all electronic devices. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and one of us, the Sergeant-at-Arms, will kindly assist you. At no time during this hearing, you're allowed to approach the dais. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's hearing. My name is Diana Ayala, and I am the Deputy Speaker of the New York City Council and the Chair of the General Welfare Committee. Today, we are holding an oversight hearing on the supportive housing in New York City together with the Committee on Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addiction, chaired by Councilmember Linda Lee, the Committee on Housing and Buildings, chaired by Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, and the Committee on Veterans, chaired by Councilmember Robert Holden. We will also be hearing Intro 1153, sponsored by Councilmember Sandy Nurse. Intro 1153 relates to reporting on sweeps of individuals experiencing homelessness on our streets. Councilmember Nurse will hopefully be able to join us. She's actually next door finalizing her own hearing, but we hope to hear from her soon. Supportive housing is a form of affordable housing that offers residents access to on-site support in order to help low-income people and those experiencing homelessness and/or disability live independently in the community. Services in supportive housing vary depending on the needs of the population, but may include mental and medical health care, vocational and employment services, child care, independent living skills training, and substance abuse counseling. We know that supportive housing is an important model that we have for ending homelessness among vulnerable populations. In November 2015, Mayor de Blasio announced that the city would provide $2.6 billion in capital funding to develop 15,000 units of supportive housing over the next 15 years. Since 2014 through June 2023, the city has financed over 11,000 congregate supportive housing units funded under previous programs, including NYC 1515 and New York 3, as well as other state and federal resources. These are desperately needed units, and unfortunately, the need remains significantly higher than what has been produced since the launch of 1515. We know that supportive housing is one of the most effective methods that the city has to curb homelessness, and yet, while the demand for supportive housing continues to increase, we understand that there are thousands of units sitting vacant. We also know that there are many barriers to entry in supportive housing, particularly for most specific marginalized populations. A recent report submitted to the Council pursuant to Local Law 3 of 2022 showed extremely low placements for transgender applicants, street homeless residents, and non-English language speakers. Today, we want to evaluate the city's progress in developing supportive housing units and discuss these strategies, what strategies are in place to ensure those who are the most vulnerable have access to supportive housing. I look forward to hearing from the administration and advocates today and gathering feedback on this oversight topic, as well as on Intro 1153. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who are here: Councilmember Lee, Councilmember Holden, Sanchez, Brewer, Riley, Carr, Hudson, and Riley. I'd also like to thank the committee staff who worked hard to prepare this hearing: Aminta Kilawan, Senior Legislative Counsel. Councilmember Ressler. Yes, I recognized you. David Romero, Legislative Counsel. Panina Rosenberg, Policy Analyst. Julia Haramis, Unit Head. And finally, my staff, Elsie Encarnacion, Chief of Staff. I would now like to call on my fellow co-chairs, Council Members Sanchez, followed by Lee, and then Holden to deliver their opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the New York City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. Thank you to the co-chairs for holding this joint hearing on supportive housing. As we continue to identify solutions to the city's affordable housing crisis, I must start by saying that I am proud of the work and emphasis that our legislative body has placed on the form of housing that houses New Yorkers with the most acute needs, our supportive housing system. Across the city, 32,000 supportive housing units are not quite enough. We do need to build more, and we must also ensure that we are adequately and swiftly placing individuals in available units. As Deputy Speaker has just mentioned, as of June 2023, more than 2,600 supportive housing units were vacant citywide, while more than 7,000 individuals have sought placement in supportive housing units throughout this administration. Supportive housing plays a vital role in the housing landscape in New York City. We can discuss the need for affordable housing and what we can do to house more New Yorkers, but we have to ensure that we are providing enough housing for those who, as I mentioned, need it the most. We can see the interplay of various city agencies and state agencies in the supportive housing landscape just through the committees that are co-chairing this hearing today. Supportive housing spans the wide spectrum of city services in congregate settings and scatter site settings, and agencies from production and rental assistance administered by HPD, as well as DOHMH, contracting with providers to offer relevant services. In the ideal world, these agencies are all working together seamlessly to provide wraparound services and housing to vulnerable populations in a timely and efficient manner. Supportive housing units would not be sitting vacant, and residents would receive the services and supports that they need to remain in their homes. We know that supportive housing is an effective solution. It can provide stabilization for individuals who are able to stay in their homes for longer, those who had struggled with chronic homelessness, and by saving in city services, we know from the provider community that $10,000 on average is saved per individual that is housed in a supportive housing setting. In recognition of the importance of supportive housing, the city and state have worked together through the years to produce more of it through the New York agreements and the New York City 1515 agreement. In fact, just last year, HPD reported the highest homeless and supportive housing production numbers on record. This is notable in the year where affordable housing production starts and completions were trending downward, and we look forward to hearing more from the administration about how you have been able to advance supportive housing production and how we are going to improve on lease-ups. I would like to thank my team, my Chief of Staff, Sam Cardenas, Kadeem Robinson, our Legislative and Communications Director, as well as the Housing and Buildings Committee staff, Taylor Zaloni, Claire McLaughlin, Jose Conde, Andrew Bourne, Dan Krupp, and Brooke Fry. I will turn it back to the Speaker to call on the next chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize that we've also been joined by Council Members Ong, Ariola, and Caban. We will now hear from Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Councilmember Linda Lee, and I am the Chair on the Committee of Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions. And I want to thank my colleagues, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair of the General Welfare Committee, Councilmember Sanchez, Chair of the Housing and Buildings, and also Councilmember Holden, Chair of Veterans, for being here today for this joint oversight hearing. And as we know, housing is a priority concern for all New Yorkers, but for those diagnosed with severely serious mental illness, having access to safe and affordable housing is the cornerstone of recovery, and as we know, housing is one of the most important, if not one of the most important social determinants of health, especially when we're talking about mental health recovery. And in New York City, nearly 1 in every 25 adults lives with a diagnosed serious mental illness. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, in January 2020, about 17% of all unhoused New Yorkers had a serious mental illness, 17%, a 4% increase from 2015. And this number has likely increased since the onset of the pandemic. Supportive housing has shown to improve mental health outcomes and substance abuse issues, but it can also yield significant taxpayer savings by reducing the demand for high-cost shelters, hospitals, and other emergency resources. And as we all know, preventative services, the more preventive services we have, the more funds can be saved. I look forward to hearing more from the administration about their current efforts in this area, as well as the dedicated advocates and community members here today to testify with us. I also want to thank my colleagues and my staff, as well as the committee staff, Committee Counsel Sarah Sucher, sitting to my left, and Senior Legislative Policy Analyst Christy Dwyer for their work on this hearing. Thank you so much, Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Sorry.
Sorry, thank you. Councilmember Holden?
Thank you, and good afternoon, and welcome to today's hearing. I am Councilmember Robert Holden, Chair of the Veterans Committee of the City Council. I would like to start by thanking my colleagues, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Lee, and Chair Sanchez for helping to put together this important hearing on supportive housing. According to HUD, over 33,000 veterans nationwide experienced homelessness in 2022. Nationally, 20 out of every 10,000 veterans experienced homelessness in 2022, higher than the overall homeless rate, which is 18 out of every 10,000 people. Supportive housing, as was mentioned, is considered the most successful existing model for ending homelessness among vulnerable population and is the primary permanent housing option for homeless single adults. Despite this, there is very little publicly available data on the currently available supply and utilization of supportive housing units for veterans in New York City. So I look forward to today's discussion on supportive housing in New York City and hope we can identify ways to connect more New Yorkers to the support and care they need, especially our veterans who've earned it, by the way. I mean, come on. They've earned everything. They should have their own place. So our commitment to aiding homelessness veterans is a testament to our gratitude for their service, as I mentioned, and it is our collective responsibility to honor their sacrifices by providing a pathway to stability and fulfillment as they navigate their journey at home. And I want to, okay, nobody else on that, okay. Also, I extend my thanks to the committee staff who prepared for this hearing. David Romero on my left, 8-year veteran of armed service, Anastasia Zimina, policy analyst, and my staff, Daniel Kazina. I'll now turn it back to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Nurse, who will speak on her Bill 1153.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Sorry, it took a minute to move the mic. Thank you so much, Chair Ayala. Thank you for your time and your advocacy in bringing Intro 1153 to a hearing today. I very much appreciate it. Nobody chooses to sleep on the street. Street homelessness is not due to someone's choices, habits, or moral shortcomings. More than anything, it is a failure of government policy. For decades, New York City has been regularly removing homeless people from the public eye with little transparency or accountability. Contrary to what we may hear today, we do not need to conduct sweeps to connect people with housing or other life-saving services. Sweeps, cleanups, and other forms of removal, in fact, undermine the city's effort to connect people with housing. They result in the destruction of people's private property, civil and human rights abuses, and separate people from their care and support networks. Above all, they do nothing to actually solve homelessness. This bill is a first step to bring basic transparency to this harmful, counterproductive practice. Intro 1153 is very simple. It will require regular reporting on homeless removals. These reports will show how removals were initiated, the number of people affected by a removal, how many agency staff were involved, and how much each sweep or cleanup could cost. We do not know exactly how much the city spends on sweeps per year, and as the mayor pushes for more and more cuts, we should keep in mind that every single dollar we spend on sweeps is one less dollar for housing and one less dollar for outreach to homeless individuals. The public deserves to know how our money is being used to displace rather than house homeless people. The bill also requires reporting on how many people were involuntarily detained through each action, whether or not anyone was arrested, and if people were offered housing vouchers or direct housing placements. Since coming into office, the mayor has falsely argued that sweeps and cleanups are effective, indeed necessary, to connect people to permanent housing. However, in a recent audit, Comptroller Brad Lander found that of the 2,300 people affected by sweeps conducted between March 2022 and November 30th of the same year, only 3 people were eventually placed in permanent housing. But these people were placed into housing after being placed in temporary shelter, not directly from the street. And by any measure, sweeps and cleanups continue to be a failure. I want to thank Councilmember Shahana Hanif for partnering with us on this bill, as well as the organizations who worked with us to craft this language over many, many months, almost a year. Safety Net Project, Vocal New York, and the Legal Aid Society, Coalition for the Homeless, Mobilization for Justice, and more. You and those you represent have to suffer the daily reality of sweeps, and I thank those who are testifying today. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize that we've also been joined by council members Dinowitz, Hanif, Felice, Williams, Stevens, and Botcher. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to committee counsel, who will call up our first panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aminta Kilawan, Senior Counsel to the Committee on General Welfare at the City Council. I'm going to be moderating today's hearing and calling on panelists to testify. We are going to begin with a public panel comprising of Corey O'Connor, Cheryl Burnett, Katrina Corbell, and Sean Murray. You all can come up, and we will be allowing members of the public 2 minutes to testify, but you can, of course, submit your full written testimony as well at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Is Jeremy Dukas here? I'm sorry, James Dukas? Thank you. All right, you may begin when ready.
Make sure that the light is on your mic.
Got it. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Ayala, Lee, Sanchez, and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Corey O'Connor. I am currently a supportive housing tenant and a member of Supportive Housing Organized and United Tenants of New York City, also known as Shout NYC. Shout has been around for over 2 years and is the first and only supportive housing applicant and tenant-led group organizing for the dignity and rights of those living and applying for supportive housing in New York City. Since its inception, Shout has advocated for and passed Local Laws 3 and 15 of 2022 to increase transparency regarding discriminatory rejections from supportive housing and to require a supportive housing tenant notice of rights. Our coalition is glad to see city agencies begin to modify their approach towards the problematic behavior exhibited by some providers in response to our efforts. We will continue to amplify our members' grievances until we have a more accountable and truly supportive housing system. That is why I am here today. According to anecdotes from Shout members, many providers have failed to uphold basic protections of tenants under the ADA, the Fair Housing Act, and federal HUD guidelines. Providers have subjected many Shout members to uninhabitable living conditions, including failed requests to check for and remediate mold, fix leaks, or relocate roommates after safety concerns. Many Shout members have gone months without support from caseworkers. Furthermore, members face issues with providers violating members' rights to tenancy, such as the right to possess keys to our own buildings and wrongfully entering into our premises without prior notice. In high-need congregate settings, many tenants do not even have lease agreements to protect them. Instead, they have occupancy agreements that do not afford our members the same rights to lease renewals, due process, or protections for good cause eviction proceedings. That is why Shout members came together and launched our SAFE campaign this year. SAFE stands for Safe, Accountable, and Fair for Everyone. Our campaign demands fundamental reforms to New York City's supportive housing system and accountability to tenants and applicants. For the sake of time, I encourage Council to review the detailed list of demands that we will submit with our written testimony. In short, DOHMH must stop business as usual if their true goal is to hold the entities they contract with and oversee accountable. Yet, for far too long, these agencies gave too much deference to industry lobbyists and providers on the rules and procedures of the supportive housing systems. These powerful government offices must stop contracting with bad actors who repeatedly violate housing and human rights laws. Instead, agencies must require that providers follow transparent and fair procedures when making demands from tenants. They must also create a meaningful grievance process and hire adequate staff to investigate and act upon said findings. These government agencies cannot even state that they were unaware of these issues because, since announcing and laying out the demands of our SAFE campaign, Shout members have met with dozens of city and state officials and legislators, including representatives from the mayor's office. Some of these meetings even occur at a regular monthly cadence. On the provider side, we have also met with representatives from Shinny and HASA, so there is no excuse for the lack of reform. In addition to accepting and implementing our SAFE campaign demands, the city needs to ensure that the local laws we passed are being well implemented. This means that tenants should have adequate opportunities to access their supportive housing notice of rights. It means that reported numbers of acceptances, referrals, rejections, and any discriminatory findings will be addressed and will inform future processes. Our testimonies today represent the perspectives of supportive housing applicants and tenants who have been universally sidelined in policies and procedures, but who face the consequences of disinvestment, neglect, discrimination, and harassment more intensely than any other stakeholder. Shout knows that applicants and tenants deserve more from the systems that are supposed to support us through our journeys. We hope Council sees this today and takes measures to ensure that all supportive housing tenants across the city have access to stable and safe housing that meets their physical and mental health needs. However, we assert that such is only possible through the effective adoption and implementation of Shout Safe campaign demands and through Council's enforcement of Local Law 3 and 15 of 2022. Thank you.
My name is Sean Murray. I've been living in supportive housing for 10 years. I just changed my testimony so we can talk about Local Law 3 and discrimination. My housing provider explicitly refused to provide me a bed in supportive housing because I was gay in my interview. I emailed CUCS and Shinny about the discrimination when I got discharged from the psych ward. Neither responded, so I went to the Human Rights Commission, who nailed the provider and forced them to give me a scattered site apartment. CUCS, what they did was they forwarded the email to my provider. There was no response to anything that I said from anybody except the Human Rights Commission. The provider then was preparing for the lawsuit. This is exactly how DOHMH, OMH, and CUCS manage their complaints. We make a complaint, they send it to the precise person that we are complaining about for a just resolution. This is both their policies. Anyway, my supportive housing voucher has a max monthly rent of $1,300. New vouchers are tied to HUD. Section 8 and City FEPs are tied to HUD. They also require inspections before moving in. Supportive housing does not. I was placed in an apartment that would not have passed those inspections. I was made to spend $500 on a top lock and a fire escape gate. The window was screwed shut when I moved in, and they said, oh, I could live there with the window screwed shut, but if I wanted a gate, I had to pay for it. They tacked it onto my rent for like 6 months. Anyway, this is illegal, and then they made me sign a paper saying that any repairs that were required on my apartment going forward would be paid for by me. Not the landlord, not the provider, me. I started calling 311. My apartment was like kind of completely renovated. They got renovated my bathroom because of mold. The electrical system was like not up to code with glass fuses. My provider was saying, oh, he's anxious. This is his mental illness. HPD came in and like the work got done. Nothing happens for my provider. Anyway, basically, like all of you all got in the back room and agreed that you would throw thousands of supportive housing tenants under the bus by not tying our vouchers to HUD. Like, you have providers that are making tenants sign documents that if our rent goes over $1,300 with our rent stabilization, that we are responsible for the excess. This is illegal. They're doing it. Did you know, well, anyway, sorry. They basically do this because we are the most stigmatized group in the city, and you can literally dump us in apartments that you would consider unsafe for Section 8 or for City FEPs, and we're all living there. There's 17,000 units in the city. You need to actually inspect them. Anyway, on to Local Law 3. A group of us last spring went to the Healthy New York conference, and Moira Tajian, the Deputy Executive Commissioner of OMH, very bravely sat down at the table with Shout and said, let's talk, which was great. I got in the lunch line next to her because it was moving slowly, and I started grilling her about the results of Local Law 3. I told her that HUD considers language to be a proxy for race, and the recent CAPS data reveals that the admissions process for supportive housing is structurally racist because the SH population is not at all representative of New York's population. Because basically, if you don't speak English, you don't speak Spanish, you do not get in supportive housing. The OMH official tells me, what does it really matter that we're not placing people without English proficiency in supportive housing when there's a long line of English speakers for every available supportive housing bed? And I said, you did not just say that. She backpedaled. Yeah, anyway, I contacted the Human Rights Commission last week, and they're like, you have a lawsuit. All we have to do is find people who don't speak English, who should be in supportive housing, and we can sue the city and the state. And mostly you don't do anything for supportive housing residents until you get sued. I'm quite sure my voucher came from a lawsuit. Yeah, I mean, you can wait for people to get organized, or you can actually like try to fix it. Anyway, thank you.
My name is Cheryl. I've been involved with Shout for the past 2 months. I'm a published author. I enrolled in Bard College for my bachelor's. I moved in supportive housing 9 years ago. I was homeless for 22 years. I was in a place of disparity. It was not explained to me prior to signing the lease that DOHMH was attached to this apartment. I was later told by staff that I was supposed to be placed in an apartment that was attached to a Section 8 voucher. Everyone always says, oh, I wasn't there when this happened to you. Oh, I'm sorry that happened to you. Oh, I heard this story before. But then they're gone, promoted, or fired, and replaced. So I find myself giving account of these events over and over again. I initially lived on the 7th floor, and people who lived over me banged constantly on their floor, which is my ceiling. I filed many grievances. Nothing was done by staff about the disturbances of my quiet time. I went to court. I got the judge's order to relocate my apartment to a vacant one on the 9th floor with a hole in the ceiling. Every time it rained, the ceiling would leak. There have been several fires that left the elevator out of order and the basement flooded. There have been 14 resident deaths in 9 years. They've had flies swarming that will follow you from the lobby to the elevator and into your apartment too. This went on for months before they got it under control. In 2019, I wrote a book. The director at that time told me they would support this. I then asked to speak to the CEO of this program. I brought to his attention I wrote this book. I asked him would he sponsor me. He stated if I agreed to do so, if I agreed to do 20 sessions of therapy. So I agreed. He gave me a check with his authorized signature paid to the order of the publishing company of my choice. In 2021, I received a phone call from the CEO of this program. He asked me if I would like to make some more money. I stated, doing what? He said the same thing you did before. So I made an appointment to visit him at his office once again. On that day, I walked in his office, sat across from him at his long table. I stated that if I agreed to your deal to do 20 more sessions for you, would you do something for me? He said, do what? I said, would you help me move into a mixed community housing that will be payment for me? You can keep your money. He promised to help me, but I never moved or got the second check. He lied. By this time, they changed the director, so I walked straight into her office, sat down, told her out of confidentiality what I had to live with and endure, and how do I move on. She stated it was against protocol to help me, and I would have to go to a shelter and start all over again. So I contacted the program specialist office and the assembly office. In this office, I was introduced to Shout. I also reached out to Canberra, and one of the supervisors there stated Go back to the program where you live because they are the ones who are supposed to help you. So I made another attempt to be mocked and ridiculed. I marched into the director's office at this time. She was with the assistant director, and I gave them the facts. The director stated to me, "Are you sure you want to leave supportive housing? You won't get any more benefits." But I say today, it's not a benefit to live in an environment that's unrealistic. It's not a benefit to be treated like a number or statistic. It's not a benefit to be limited when you're optimistic. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katrina, or Kat, as some of you know. The last name is Corbell. I have lived in supportive housing 4 years next week. I've been in New York City for 12 years last month. 2 minutes will, based on our shout meetings being 2 hours, 2 hours even, based on our shout meetings, will barely lift the corner of a Pandora's box to glimpse at some of the issues we in supportive housing have faced, continue to face, let alone difficulties in applying to or moving out of these units. Things I'm betting the lobbyists of supportive housing providers are going to insist weren't problems, or insignificant, or they're working on it and need more money to fix. Routine things we've been hearing for years. One thing that I was thinking about is that when there is a problem, for one example for me was a housing flood caused by an upstairs neighbor. So it's a building issue like a lot of New York City apartments. It took months to figure out. I called 311. I was told to call 311. It's a New York City feature. 311 couldn't figure out who my housing provider was. Like, we knew who my housing provider was, but was it a DOHMH situation? Was it an OMH situation? Who was supposed to enforce the fact that my house was flooded and we needed to get it addressed? 311 decided to transfer me to NAMI. NAMI and I laughed about that, saying, why does NAMI have any responsibility to oversee why my housing provider was not fixing a flood? So yeah, NAMI and I chuckled about that. Finally, we found out the unofficial answer, at least for 2020, was to have DOHMH start the process, and DOHMH would take the responsibility to then figure out if it was their problem or OMH's problem. HPD would finally call and say, is an issue resolved? If I said no, they would say, okay, let us talk to your landlord. And in my case, I'm a congregate setting, so the landlord is the supportive housing alleged provider. And they would say, oh, of course it's resolved. It would never get fixed because HPD had an answer they were satisfied with. And in this situation in 2021, because I've had 5 floods in a 2-year period, the drip kept happening. A year later, the pipe burst. The pipe burst lasted for approximately, I'm not going to do the math because I have less than 2 minutes left, from 9 p.m. until 7 a.m. By 7 a.m., the water out of the pipe was scalding hot. My feet ended up becoming burning. My cat and I had to evacuate the apartment, and all we could find was space in the basement. I was promised to have stuff replaced. The only thing I got replaced was a set of sheets to take with me to the temporary housing that lasted for 2 weeks. I never had anything else replaced. Stuff was thrown away that should not have been thrown away, like my dishes and my mugs and a kitchen cupboard that were not affected by the flood. Other building issues I wanted to bring up are they got grants to build an ADA accessible building. There's a ramp, which is great, but the door is so heavy, I can barely open it, let alone the fact that I have arthritis, I have fibromyalgia, I have torn ligaments in my hip and my ankles, and the door is so heavy, it takes oomph to open the door and keep it open to try and open it, let alone if you have a knee scooter like I used to have. Or a tenant across from me has an electric scooter. It is how did they not just put in an ADA accessible? Well, I should laugh about the fact that it took a lot of energy to get into this room today. But they have the grants, they were funded to build an accessible building, ironically for veterans, and at least 4, if not 6 of us in the building are not veterans, but that's another issue for when I have more than 2 minutes to talk about. A very recent example is a key ring I bought ended up breaking, so my keys fell off my purse. And I accidentally left my keys in my apartment, so I needed the security guard to let me in my apartment. He didn't know how to do it, so he said wait for his supervisor. It took over 3.5 hours before I gave up and went on a subway to Metro North train to sleep, because that would be a padded, away from the elements, or the trains were nice and heated because it was freezing cold that night. Because after 3.5 hours, I was listening to a security guard threaten his girlfriend on the phone, slamming his phone on the desk, totally re-triggering me, like traumatizing me. And I decided that either standing outside or being, luckily the last train of the night, took me as far north as it went, and I had to wait half an hour in the cold until the first train took me back. And then luckily then a program director was there, and she'd let me know the security guard had disappeared. She got there at 6:07 a.m. and the security guard was not there. This is supposed to be supportive housing. For the first 7 months I lived there, I was told, you are not in supportive housing, you are in independent housing. And I said, no, I'm not, I am in supportive housing. It took approximately 7 or 8 months until finally I had to renew forms, and the renewed form said supportive housing. I was able to win a point. Silly, child games, but I had to prove to the case director and the program manager, who's now the program director, that it was supportive housing. They are paid for supportive housing. Where is the support? That's what some of us just want. Some of us that are trying to stay in supportive housing want support. Some of us that want to leave want to move on, which more testimony is going to be about. But where is the support in supportive housing? That is what they are paid for, and that is not what the tenants are receiving. We had to fight to be recognized as tenants, and some of the lobbyists that you might hear from today were trying to fight to deny us the right to be recognized as tenants. So, like I said, 4 years, I can talk beyond 4 days for the problems I've had to go through in supportive housing. Supportive housing was supposed to stabilize my health. It has not. It has not stabilized my health. I am grateful I do not have to live in the shelter. I should not have had to live in the shelter, but that's what I was told to do in order to get into supportive housing. Because my supportive housing application process started in 2012, and it took until another provider suggested I apply and go through the shelter system as the guaranteed way to get into supportive housing. Because all of these other agencies that say, we'll help you, you don't have to go into the shelter, we'll help you, never followed through. And by then, my health had worsened, domestic violence had increased, and I needed to be safe from my ex. And the only way to be safe from my ex was to enter a women's shelter, because I was denied access to domestic violence shelter because I did not have children. So the only way to keep me and my emotional support animals safe was to go into the city shelter. And I know that that's a whole nother plethora of city council hearings for all of the issues we have in the city shelters. So we need to find ways to get more support in supportive housing, and listen to the tenants before taking however many years it took to get this hearing. Because as you know from my past testimonies, every time I would try to offer a testimony, it would be, well, that's more supportive housing. It took years to get to this. So thank you for offering this testimony or this hearing today. And let's see what we can do moving forward to hold the supportive housing providers and the supportive housing application process more accountable, to make it more accessible for those who need it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final panelist for this panel will be James Dukas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for taking the time to hear me. I have to give you a little bit of history so you understand the situation. Both of my fiance and I were employed gainfully, and COVID hit, and we were, therefore weren't able to maintain our jobs. I worked as a waiter at a place, and we were living separate at the time. We moved in together, and we were subleasing from someone that we had no idea was in eviction court. So after giving him a couple months rent in advance and all that, we were evicted, and all our stuff and our belongings were lost. We ended up homeless. We were living in a tent for a while. Me, I guess because of pride, I was too prideful to think that I, needed help. And people reached out to us. Wall Street Journal did an interview, and they placed us into homeless shelter system. While we were there for 9 months. We never had an incident. We never had a problem. The staff that was there was very abrasive towards us, and I don't want to say it was a racial issue, but the people there didn't take kindly upon the fact that 2 white people were in a place that was prominently black, and we were there for special favored reasons because somebody made a phone call. So they thought we were getting special favoritism. They said that we had a domestic incident and discharged us. There was never a police report. There's never been a domestic incident. There's nothing in their logbooks or anything saying that there was a domestic incident. And we were put on the street again. Up until 3 days ago, I was living in a tent on the Manhattan Bridge for almost 3 months. They came into the sweep. They placed us back into a shelter again. Finally, they wouldn't let us go because I didn't have a copy of her divorce decree. And they wouldn't place us into a domestic partnership. She's been through some terrible experiences and traumatized and has PTSD, and I pretty much take care of her. So they finally placed us in some place, and I had left the tent and all of our belongings and, bins and stuff like that with people to watch, and sanitation came, and they did a sweep and a cleanup and threw away all of our belongings. So now I have nothing other than pretty much the clothes on my back and a few other things, and so does she. And they placed us all the way in Brooklyn, and we're there for a special favored reason again, and we're already receiving a lot of animosity and aggravation. What I want to be here and try to bring to light is that people that are homeless, I was never a homeless person. I worked my whole life. I ended up in a terrible situation, and people don't understand the momentum and the gravity that once you get to a certain point, you can't get out of. And it's a bunch of red tape and hoops that they want you to jump through, and I have no problem doing what I'm supposed to do. But the justice moves too slow, and they're making it criminal to be homeless. Every 3 days, they would come and they would make me move everything that I owned, which to break down a tent and do everything would take me over 3.5 hours to move it across the street. And when they leave, I would go put it back up. They'd come 3 days later. They wouldn't even post to let me know that they were coming again and then be mad at me that I was taking so long. It's not criminal to be homeless. I'm not trying to do something illegal. I'm trying to just keep shelter over my head and make sure that we're okay. And we're placed in Brooklyn, yet all our doctors, I'm disabled, she has issues as well, mental issues, and they placed us far away from our program, from our doctors. We're all the way out in Brooklyn, and we're trying to get moved back to Manhattan, and that process is taking forever as well. And they said that they don't think that placement might happen. And what's going to happen in 3 weeks from now when the month is up and we end up back on the street again? So I really think it needs to be brought to light that just because someone's deemed homeless, you can't just abandon them. I paid taxes my whole life. That's the reason why these things are in place. That's why the city council meeting is here, for the people, right? So why are the people being neglected? That's what I want to know. And I know I'm only supposed to take 2 minutes. Thank you for your time and attention. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming in and sharing your experiences with us, because you're speaking on behalf of a whole population of folks that probably don't have the same connections, that are not organized in the same way that you are. So I really appreciate your advocacy, not only on your own behalf, but on behalf of your co-residents. And it's really wonderful to meet some of you in person. I know I've had the opportunity to meet with you via Zoom, so I'm really proud of your testimony here today, and happy that we were able to finally get this hearing, on the calendar. But I have a question regarding Local Law 15, which was passed in 2022, that requires that DSS create a supportive housing tenants Bill of Rights. Are any of you familiar with the Tenants Bill of Rights? Does it exist?
Yes, it's something we're very familiar with.
So it is up in every. Yes.
Can I illustrate a problem? Like, the agencies and the housing providers do not want us to know who funds our program. Because you can only complain if you know who funds your program. Like, they are absolutely controlling people. So you can only get the Tenants Bill of Rights. Like, I actually I thought my provider was DOHMH, but they were OMH. And I emailed the director of my program, and I said, we haven't received the Tenants Bill of Rights, like you're supposed to give this to us. It goes back and forth and back and forth. She said, no, I gave it to you. And I had been traveling. I got home, and I'm like, no, I never got this. And then she said, oh, I don't have to give this to you because I'm an OMH provider. And Shinny is like telling the providers, oh, you should give them the Tenants' Bill of Rights. Oh, no, they don't. And OMH is absolutely resisting something comparable because they also don't want to give us basic rights of tenancy.
So the Bill of Rights is handed to you
You're
via
supposed to get
document,
it-
but it's not posted in the building?
Well, I'm not sure. I think it's just supposed to be both, and you're supposed to get it like quarterly.
It's supposed to be at the lease signing, at move-in, and upon request, and it lists specifically whether your particular apartment is DOHMH funded or OMH funded. It's also giving you other information like whether the apartment is rent regulated, rent stabilized, or basic information about how to file a grievance and the particular process. And often tenants are not being given this information.
Well, and the only way to actually get it is you have to call 311 and you have to get transferred to DOHMH, and then you'll get a person who will then get back to you telling you how you can complain.
Did you I think you wanted to add something.
Some of us, in my case, for instance, I think there's a 5-month period to allow it to become enforceable, the law. And I started asking my landlord immediately, and they started to say, oh, I don't know, I haven't heard about it. And I just started chuckling because I'm part of, SHOUT is part of the law becoming law. And so I said, well, you should get to know about it. And then literally the day after it became enforceable, I said, can I have a copy of my, Tenants' Bill of Rights, or Supportive Housing Tenants' Bill of Rights? They still hadn't heard about it. And then they tried to say it wasn't applicable to me and blah, 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 blah. There is no way to enforce the law, apparently, which has been more conversations we've had. It took until May of 2023 before I was finally handed my not completely or accurately filled out Tenants' Bill of Rights. But I laughed because my lawyer was with me, like, look at the work we've done, even though it's still far from being complete or accurate. But it was still nice to see the people who said it wasn't applied to them finally starting to take baby steps to comply with the law.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yes.
Well, actually, I found
It's
out.
off, yeah, the microphone is off.
Actually, I found out because I had a 2-hour meeting with the program specialist. He actually came to visit me, and the director sat in with us of the program. And so he informed me, I now lived there for 9 years, and finding out this year that I was supposed to be placed in the apartment that was connected to Section 8 voucher and independent housing. But they put me on the DMH.
DOHMH.
Yes, ma'am. And he said that they had laws that's different then. Because actually, before I signed the lease, if they would have told me this was permanent housing for the severe mental and stuff like that, I would have not signed it. Because only thing, what I did for 9 years is that person I feel will live their life and will not accomplish. But I look to do better for myself. I'm always looking to excel in my life. I'm always looking to prosper. I'm not looking to be stagnated or to be somewhere to watch people that destroy themselves. And that's what the conditions that I had to live under for 9 years. So when I had that visit by him, he said, laws changed from the time. They couldn't do that to someone what he done to you 9 years ago today because the laws changed today. You would actually know. He gave me an example, like if you was to go to a doctor's office and you was to have surgery and you was a chance that you were gonna die, they would have to tell you that. And so I'm like, wow, it just blew minds.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have to move on because we have quite a number of people that still have to testify and a number of council members that would love to ask questions as we get to understand a little bit better what the gaps in services are. Thank you guys so much. I'm so proud of you. I want to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Councilmember Aviles, Palladino, and Abreu.
We're now going to call up members of the administration. Emily Lehman, Mike Bosket, Jamie Nichols, Jason Lochran, and Lamar Wheeler. Can you all please raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before these committees, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. We do.
You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Bosket, and I serve as Executive Deputy Commissioner of the Employment and Support Services Administration at the Department of Social Services Human Resources Administration. I would like to thank Chairs Ayala, Holden, Lee, and Sanchez, and the members of the committees of the General Welfare, Veterans, Mental Health, Disabilities and Addiction, and Housing and Buildings for holding today's hearings on supportive housing in New York City. I would also like to acknowledge my fellow panelist, Jamie Nichols, Assistant Commissioner for the Bureau of Mental Health, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Emily Lehman, Assistant Commissioner from the Division of Special Needs, Department of Housing, Preservation and Development, Lamar Wheeler, Senior Director of Housing and Support Services at the Department of Veteran Services, and would also like to acknowledge and thank the members of the prior panel. Supportive housing provides permanent, affordable housing for individuals and families who experience long-term homelessness and who have varied needs, including complex behavioral and health needs. We know that supportive housing works. Positive outcomes are evident in the lives of the individuals and families that reside in these settings. Within these high-quality living environments, tenants receive the tools and supports necessary to achieve their greatest level of independence. Supportive housing staff, including caseworkers and clinicians, and community partners collaborate to address the immediate and long-term needs of supportive housing tenants, including health, behavioral health, substance misuse, economic, emotional, and any combination of these needs. By offering a continuum of integrated services to assist vulnerable individuals and families transitioning from homelessness, supportive housing fosters greater stability, independence, improved health, and mental health and dignity. Our supportive housing efforts continue to be effective. From fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, referrals have gone up by 38%, viewings by 51%, and most importantly, 46% more New Yorkers were connected to permanent supportive housing. Approximately 94% of all supportive housing units are occupied by long-term tenants, comparable to pre-pandemic occupancy levels. There are two types of supportive housing, single-site and scattered site. In single-site supportive housing, also often referred to as congregate supportive housing, each individual or family has private living and sleeping quarters and may share kitchens or common rooms, recreation rooms, or other facilities. These sites usually have supportive services provided in the same building and may be a blend of supportive housing and affordable housing. In scattered sites supportive housing, the units are in buildings that are spread throughout New York's neighborhoods and communities. The tenants usually live at a higher level of independence, with most support services provided in their home as needed. The object of both single and scattered site housing is to integrate these tenants into their local communities. In supportive housing, a family or individual pays no more than 30% of their income towards rent, making it truly stable and affordable housing. Participation in services is voluntary and not required to maintain tenancy. However, tenants are encouraged to take advantage of the transformative services offered. Support services may include case management, educational, vocational, or recovery-oriented services, support in developing skills for self-sufficiency, individualized service planning, supportive counseling, assistance to access community services and government benefits, referrals to medical and behavioral health care and treatment, medication management, and support obtaining other needed services such as legal supports. HRA's Office of Supportive and Affordable Housing Services, OSAS, is focused on permanent housing solutions for individuals and families who have experienced homelessness. Working closely with other HRA divisions, partner agencies like the Department of Health and Mental Health Hygiene, and the Department of Housing, Preservation and Development, and with not-for-profit housing providers, OSAS helps to vet proposed supportive housing projects and manage the placement process for units that are already built. This unit serves as a centralized source for referral for more than half of the supportive housing units available citywide and is focused on filling vacant units as quickly as is possible. So far in calendar year 23, we have helped rent up more than 800 new high-quality supportive housing units and have placed close to 1,000 clients in existing re-rental units. We continue to aggressively expand supportive housing capacities and efficiencies through the coordinated assessment and placement system, improvements, which include enhanced coordination with our partners and reduction of bureaucratic barriers. As previously stated, 94% of our supportive housing units are occupied, many by long-term tenants. We are proud of this number, which means that more than 30,000 individuals and families who previously experienced long-term homelessness are now in stable supportive housing. These individuals and families are connected to the resources they need to participate in their lives more fully. OSAS uses the Coordinated Assessment and Placement System to make this process as efficient as is possible. CAPS was established in October of 2020 as a result of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, mandate for those receiving federal funding for homeless services to streamline the way people move from homeless services into permanent housing. It is a web-based platform that allows users, which include those completing applications for supportive housing, housing providers, shelters, OSAS, and other placements entities to centrally access the coordinated assessment system, New York City supportive housing application, and our vacancy control system. Having the entire process from application to determination, referral, placement, occupancy, vacancy, and other unit status has greatly improved the process and timelines from application to move-in. When reviewing vacancy data from CAPS, it is important to note that vacancies represent only a small share of the supportive housing units. Many of these vacancies also have an individual or family identified to move into or linked to that unit, but have not yet moved in while they complete the steps to move in. There are additional units that are not ready for tenants due to repairs needed after another tenant moves out or the unit is sealed. However, working with our partners and providers, the average time to make a unit placement ready is only 19 days. Introduction 1153 would require the Commissioner of the Department of Social Services to produce 2 monthly reports in consultation with the NYPD Commissioner, the Commissioner of the Department of Sanitation, the Commissioner of the Departments of and the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation. Report 1 would track instances when a city agency worked to remove a person experiencing homelessness from a public space. Report 2 would track the number of individuals affected by the removal, the services offered, and if they were involuntary removals or arrests. As it is currently written, this bill presents concerns around the frequency of reporting as well as privacy concerns for those potentially affected by this legislation. Transparency in assisting people experiencing homelessness and delivering the resources they need are important priorities. We would like to work in partnership to further refine this legislation, addressing operational and privacy considerations. Although we cannot offer support of this bill in its current state, we look forward to working with the Council and the bill sponsor to address the agency's concerns. In conclusion, I would like to thank the OSAS team, many of them are here with me today, for the dedication and hard work they demonstrate every day and to get client-focused work done by supportive housing providers. They know and understand their work has on the lives of clients in need of supportive housing. They are keenly focused on the life-changing work they do, and it is my honor to work with them. Thank you for your attention. I am happy to take your questions.
Good afternoon, Chairs Lee, Ayala, Sanchez, Holden, and members of the committees. I'm Jamie Neckles, Assistant Commissioner for the Bureau of Mental Health at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. To save time, I'm going to call it the Health Department moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am pleased to be here with my colleagues to explain the Health Department's role in supportive housing in New York City. The Health Department's mandate is to protect and promote the health and well-being of all New Yorkers. Supporting those with serious mental illness and substance use disorders is a critical part of this responsibility. We employ a public health approach for this work, focused on prevention and intervention to avoid crisis and provide responsive care with health and social supports that are affordable, accessible, effective, and free of stigma. This is why we play a key role in supportive housing in New York City. Supportive housing is affordable, permanent, and independent rental housing that is integrated within a neighborhood and community and meets the needs of tenants by providing supportive services. Supportive housing offers people who are unhoused and have a mental illness or substance use disorder a safe, dignified space for health and recovery. Research also indicates that it promotes housing stability, improves health outcomes, and decreases preventable hospitalizations. We recognize that supportive housing is the ultimate solution to chronic homelessness, and we're committed to providing it to those with mental health needs coming out of the city's shelters, foster care, and criminal justice systems. We currently contract for about 11,800 units of supportive housing and are working tirelessly to increase that number. This represents an investment of $282 million in city and state funding for the prior fiscal year. We play a pivotal role in making New York a leader in supportive housing nationwide. Today, I will speak briefly about the history of the Health Department's role in supportive housing development and then talk about what we are doing now with the units we have opened and operating. The Health Department has had supportive housing contracts since the mid-1980s. Beginning in the 1990s, more formal agreements and service models were developed in collaboration with the New York State Office of Mental Health. With each agreement, the city's supportive housing portfolio grew. At first in older buildings that were converted into supportive housing programs, and more recently with new construction and mixed-use buildings. The current wave of expansion is known as NYC 1515 and represents a partnership between the city agencies present today, the Health Department, DSS, and HPD. HPD provides the development funding and ongoing rental subsidies. DSS leads the procurement process and manages the Coordinated Assessment and Placement System, known as CAPS, which determines housing eligibility and manages referrals into units. The Health Department initiates and manages the social service contracts, which includes technical assistance for providers to set up and maintain quality support services designed to help individuals and families use housing as a platform for health and recovery. The department's programs are available for those who have been unhoused for extended periods of time, including people coming from street outreach and shelters, Department of Youth and Community Development shelters, foster care, and the criminal legal system. The majority of units, about 84%, are allocated for single or two adult households who have serious mental illness or substance use disorders and were unhoused preceding their move into the unit. The remaining units are designated for different household types, such as families and young adults, and people with specific histories that put them at heightened risk. This includes sites catering to young adults aging out of the foster care system and people with high numbers of shelter and jail stays. What really sets this apart from general affordable housing are the support services. The department has led the movement over the past 30 years to focus on services that are person-centered and recovery-oriented. Our supportive housing programs offer a variety of services to tenants through case management. This includes connection to health and mental health services, help with medication management, connecting to employment and benefits, social activities, accessing tools for smoking cessation and smoking reduction, general harm reduction related to substance use, as well as activities of daily living. These supportive services are focused on positively impacting a tenant's quality of life and assisting in their personal path of recovery. For those with children, our supportive housing programs provide the necessary supports for maintaining a safe home environment conducive to healthy child development. I'm happy to share some measures of success in supporting our tenants in living healthy lives. 77% of residents are connected to a primary care physician, which is pretty incredible. Among current tenants, the average length of time spent in supportive housing is around 8 years, ranging from 1 to 41 years for our longest tenant. This tells us that our tenants are staying housed and connected to services for prolonged amounts of time following periods of homelessness. The city is committed to expanding the supportive housing supply. Since fiscal year 21, we have contracted for an additional 1,000 units, bringing our total portfolio up to 11,800. As we're all aware, even with many new units, there is still more demand than supply of supportive housing. The city's mental health plan centers people with serious mental illness and substance use disorders and identifies housing as a key strategy for improving their health. The plan, in alignment with the New York City Housing Blueprint and the New York 1515 initiative, calls for continued expansion of permanent housing options for New Yorkers with serious mental illness and substance use disorders. The Health Department anticipates opening an additional 684 units by the end of fiscal year 2025. These units will be essential in meeting growing demand for supportive housing and ensuring that New Yorkers with or at risk of serious mental illness or substance use disorders have safe, stable, and affordable housing. The city's investment reflects the city's commitment to providing this critical resource for addressing homelessness among those with or at risk of serious mental illness or substance use. Over the last decade, supportive housing investment has doubled, allowing for new units as well as ensuring that older units are properly preserved and maintained so that supportive housing providers can continue to provide safe, dignified housing with robust support services for a new generation of tenants. Additionally, the Health Department's oversight and technical assistance is designed to improve service quality and accessibility. For example, last year we released, in collaboration with DSS and HPD, guidance on the referral and placement process, as well as low barrier admission policies to facility operators, service providers, and tenants. We know safe, stable, and affordable housing is a critical social determinant of health and a powerful tool for supporting those with mental health issues. The Health Department has demonstrated our commitment to providing affordable, independent, and permanent supportive housing to those who are unhoused and have or are at risk of serious mental illness or substance use disorders. I'm pleased with the progress we have made in this space, but we still have so much more work to do. We're happy to discuss with the Council how we can best support these populations and expand the supportive housing supply. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Good afternoon, Chairs Sanchez, Lee, Holden, and Ayala, and members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the department's efforts to create and preserve supportive housing in our city. My name is Emily Lehman, and I am the Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Special Needs Housing at HPD. I am joined today by my colleagues at the Human Resources Administration, Department of Mental Health and Hygiene, and Department of Veterans Services. I first want to thank the Council for this opportunity to discuss the critical need for supportive housing as we face historic dual crises of housing and homelessness in our city. Your leadership is essential for expanding supportive housing, which in turn will reduce homelessness in the communities you serve. Supportive housing is one of our main strategies for creating affordable housing. It promotes the administration's goals of moving people out of shelter and into permanent housing, and is a key tenet of the Housing Our Neighbors Blueprint and Where We Live strategic plans. It is the gold standard for addressing homelessness in our city, and HPD is proud of the work we've done thus far in creating more housing opportunities for formerly homeless households in need of supportive services. This administration believes that supportive housing is a benefit, not a burden. It makes our projects stronger, and that is why we prioritize it throughout our work, including on public sites. Over the past decade, HPD has financed over 11,000 units of supportive housing. In fiscal year 2023, we set records for financing supportive housing and housing for formerly homeless households. HPD's Supportive Housing Loan Program, SHLP, has long been the primary financing tool for the city's congregate supportive housing production. In a typical SHLP project, at least 60% of the building's units are set aside as supportive units, and the remaining 40% are filled through the city's affordable housing lottery system. To meet the moment of need for more supportive housing, we are continuing to expand our toolbox. Aside from SHLP, supportive housing can be included as a component in any of our new construction rental programs. While these projects are mandated to include a 15% homeless set-aside, we are often exceeding that target in projects that include supportive housing. In addition to HPD's programs, we work with our agency partners at the city and state level to ensure that we can produce as much supportive housing as possible. HPD's supportive housing projects provide amenities such as community spaces and computer rooms, while incorporating innovative design elements that make these buildings vibrant places to live. Additionally, the supportive housing model includes on-site wraparound social services for tenants. Most importantly, supportive housing is permanent housing, providing its tenants with rent-stabilized leases and all the same rights and responsibilities as any other tenant in a rental apartment in New York City. Based on all available research and evidence, supportive housing works. It is a proven solution for individuals and families with long histories of homelessness and other challenges. Some of the populations served by supportive housing include those with mental illness, substance use disorders, HIV/AIDS, survivors of domestic violence, youth aging out of foster care, justice-involved individuals, and veterans, amongst others. Not only does supportive housing work for New Yorkers and their families, it is also a cost-effective use of public resources. Peer-reviewed research has found that for every unit of supportive housing, taxpayers save more than $10,000 per year in public resources, such as shelters, emergency rooms, jails, and psychiatric facilities. In fact, research shows that supportive housing increases property values in areas where it is located. One of the best tools we have today to create supportive housing is the NYC 1515 program. In 2015, the city set a goal of creating 15,000 units, 7,500 congregate and 7,500 scattered site units by 2030, and put forth $1 billion in city capital to fund the program. HPD focuses on congregate supportive housing, which is permanent housing with a mix of affordable and supportive individual apartments. Just like most other affordable housing that HPD finances, every tenant has a rent-stabilized lease and is responsible for paying rent. The 1515 program serves a range of populations, including chronically homeless single adults and families with mental illness or substance use disorders, and young adults with high service utilization. In the past 8 years, HPD has financed over 4,000 congregate supportive housing units through the 1515 program. We have a robust pipeline of future 1515 projects that we look forward to moving forward with our agency, development, and city council partners. As public servants, we have a duty to serve each and every person in this city. So often, our most vulnerable New Yorkers are left behind, and we must endeavor to give them the care that they need and the care that they deserve. Supportive housing makes our neighborhoods stronger and more equitable. We are asking the council to continue standing with us on the front lines of these historic crises of housing and homelessness and be a champion for supportive housing in the city. Thank you for the time and the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. I think that I agree that supportive housing can work, and in some cases may, but I think that, as was noted by the previous panel, there's still a lot of work that has to be done to ensure that once an individual is appropriately housed, that they're receiving the services that we promised in the way that they were intended to be delivered. And I think that there's some disparities in terms of, by agency, what that process looks like. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible because we have quite a number of council members who have questions. So I think my first question is in regards to the 15 and 15 congregate housing units. Can you tell us how many have closed on financing in fiscal year 23?
Yes, just give me a minute. So overall, Since the start of the 1515 program, HPD has financed over 4,000 units through the 1515 program. HPD is responsible for 7,500 congregate units through that program. So we've done 4,000 of those to date. In FY23 alone, we financed over 800 units through the 1515 program, and that is part of a total of over 1,900 units of supportive housing that we funded total in that fiscal year.
Okay. Do you know what the target number of units to close for fiscal year 24 and 25 is?
So our targets for each year, we don't have individual targets for each year. Our pipeline is set based on project readiness, and so it can be fluid. But we have our target for 1515, again, is 7,500 units total, and we financed 4,000 of those. We have 3,500 units left to go, and we are on track to achieve that by the end of 2028. So that would be roughly around 650 units per year until the end of 2028.
Okay. I believe, I'm not sure this question is for you, I think it's for DSS, but would it be possible to get a chart that shows for just NYC 15 and 15, the numbers of congregate units and the number of scatter sites respectively that have been funded, that are in the pipeline, or it actually is for HPD, in the pipeline, and cited how many units are actually built, how many units are in the pipeline, and for each, how that tracks to the annual and semi-annual goals set by the administration. I'm sure you don't have this now. I'm asking if it's possible for you to share.
Yes, we can provide that at a later date.
I would appreciate that. Can you tell us how many people are seeking placement in supportive housing units but have not been placed? And namely, how many have submitted applications for supportive housing which remain pending?
Thank you for that question. I'd like to start by reiterating from my testimony that 94% of all units are actually occupied. We receive approximately 800 applications for supportive housing each month. We process those applications very quickly. Determinations are made within 3 business days. For each unit of supportive housing where we place an individual, there are family, there are 5 other people waiting for supportive housing. The number of people who are pending or waiting for placement is a fluid number that goes day by day, depending on where they are and how we can reach them to place them. And I think that answers.
So is HRA making the determination on who is suitable for the apartment and who isn't, or is that left up to the organization?
So let me bring this back up a little bit. So before an individual is even referred for supportive housing, an application must be submitted for that client or that family in the CAP system that we mentioned earlier. The first part of that is actually a very comprehensive housing survey. The housing survey allows us to work with that individual or family seeking housing for all possible housing exits, including supportive housing. If the client or family is eligible for supportive housing within that system, they can also apply for the supportive housing. You may have heard this referred to as the 2010E, a common application for supportive housing. Once that application has been made, determine an eligibility depending on criteria for each of the models of supportive housing, which in Jamie's testimony she discussed are based on clinical conditions or other conditions. Once those determinations are made, we can then refer clients to housing that they have been determined eligible for. The time from determination to referral, we've made great progress on that over the last few years. In 2022, that took 100 days. In fiscal year 24 up to date, where we have that down to 54 days. For clients from determination that they've been eligible for supportive housing to the time they move in, again, an area where we've made significant progress in fiscal year 22, that was 169 days. For year-to-date fiscal year 24, that's 132 days for a 20% decrease.
Okay, and can you tell us what would deem an individual not applicable for or eligible for one of these units?
An individual, as stated before, each of the models have certain criteria that include potentially serious mental illness, substance use disorder, HIV, living with HIV and AIDS, aging out of foster care. So each particular type of supportive housing has criteria. An individual may not meet those criteria. Also, some of our units, particularly the 1515 units, require what is called HUD chronicity in terms of how long an individual has been homeless. So individuals who would be determined not eligible for supportive housing would not have met one of those criteria.
And they would be informed in writing?
The determination process includes, includes all types of supportive housing the client is eligible for, as well as if the client is ineligible for supportive housing.
I just want to make sure that that I understand. So when they leave, if they are found ineligible, they're provided with something in writing that says you were found ineligible for X, apartment for the following reason.
The system now is the letter is generated to whomever put the application in for the client, and then that housing specialist or whomever it is that helped the client put the application in with supportive housing would get the determination letter back and review and discuss that with the client.
Is there a guarantee that the applicant is actually, the person for whom the application is being filled out for is getting a copy of that denial? Because we get from folks that they have been denied and they have no idea why they've been denied, and that the initial interviewing process is very arbitrary and subjective to whoever is doing the interviewing, right? So if a person that may have a serious mental illness, that they said something that set the interviewer off, or words may have been exchanged, or something happened that person has the ability to say, you know what, you don't qualify. How are we ensuring that is not happening, right?
The application process is actually pretty standardized. It's very standardized with a rote set of questions. So in the application process, it would be unusual for someone to say at that time that the client is not eligible for housing, because it's a very standardized application we've been using for a long period of time. So a client, during the application process itself, a client should not be informed that they're not eligible for supportive housing. That's not the person who's putting in the application's responsibility. It's the responsibility of a unit under my supervision at HRA, and that is staffed by all social workers. And the clinical criteria that needs to be met, they're all familiar with, trained with, and there is even some support, decision support behind the system that would not let that happen.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
Maybe not on your end, but there's somewhere in the system, somewhere along in the process, I've heard enough complaints that make me think that there's some room for error in this process. So I think that today, which is why it was important to have the first panel, be of impacted individuals, because they have firsthand experience on, what is or is not happening to them. And so we want to make sure that the folks that they're interfacing with are behaving, in a professional manner and understanding of that specific individual's medical, or mental health needs when they're doing the interviewing, and that is not a disqualifying factor, right? Because obviously, if it's an apartment for a person that has a mental health diagnosis, there may be an incident that should not be a disqualifying factor.
I would also just like to point out there's a difference between the application process and a determination being made on clinical eligibility and the referral process or interview process where the client is meeting with a housing provider,
yes,
reviewing the determination and making determinations on the client being accepted to that housing provider.
That's maybe where we may need to dig a little bit further.
Yes.
Do we know how many units of supporting housing there are in total in the city of New York?
There are approximately 34,000 units of supportive housing in the city of New York.
34,000, okay. Okay, so we've heard, this is something that we've been hearing for the last, couple of years, that there are many eviction filings against supportive housing tenants for non-payment of rent, and providers have stated that they are filing these cases in order to expedite one-shot deals, even though this is not HRA policy. What is and what can HRA be doing to ensure that benefits are not lapsing where there is a social service provider contracted with the agency?
HRA has a commitment to processing one-shot deals as expeditiously as we can. By its very nature, one of the mission of HRA is that we're attempt to keep people where our core mission is to keep people housed, and we process one-shot deals as quickly as we can.
Okay, but is there an interagency kind of or system where you are working with a provider that's contracted through DSS, where you're getting that information firsthand, or are they going direct? Like, would an individual living in one of these facilities in one of these buildings have to, apply at a home base or at an HRA office? Like, are we simplifying the application process, or?
HRA has made efforts to make access to all of our services and benefits easier. That includes an online application you may have heard of called Access HRA, where clients can apply online for benefits. Additionally, to make access to these services earlier, we do telephone interviews now rather than having to come into our centers to do interviews. So we've made great efforts to streamline our processes and make them more client-friendly.
Okay. Do we know what the eviction rates in supportive housing is, and what are some of the reasons that individuals are being evicted?
I'm going to ask Jamie to take that question. Thank you.
Of course, the main goal of supportive housing is to keep people housed. So I want to, make that crystal clear that that's our aim and vision, to keep people for as long as it makes sense for them to live there. The support services help tenants get income through employment, benefits, work with budgets, and live within their budgets. If a tenant gets behind in rent, case managers will help them to get the one-shot deal from DSS. If the landlord pursues eviction, supportive housing tenants will have the same due process as any other New Yorker through housing court. So this is progressive, and there's a lot of preventive efforts to avoid, to keep people in housing. The case manager provides support services for any tenants who are in housing court as that process unfolds. They'll continue to get supportive housing services. Ultimately, the tenants have the same rights and responsibilities as all tenants in our city, and so a very small number may be evicted for reasons ranging from illegal behavior in the unit to non-payment of rent. Our most recent data shows that so we have 11,800 units, right? Most people stay in those units. If we look at calendar year 2022, 396 people left the unit, right, for any reason. So a small number of people will move on. Of that small subset of people who leave the unit, only 2% were for eviction. So that was 9 evictions of the whole portfolio in 2022.
Okay. I mean, you said something, that struck me, that individuals that live in supportive housing have the same responsibilities, but do they have the same level of protections is something that I'm really concerned about. For instance, the fact that providers are allowed to go into somebody's unit without permission, even when there isn't an emergency that warrants being able to go in there, is problematic for me. I have a friend who shared with me that while he moved into his supportive housing unit, he was provided with a furnished, unit, and he didn't want to sleep on the bed that was given to him. He wanted to buy his own bed and make it his own space, and was told that he couldn't do that. And so, if he has the same responsibilities that any tenant has, why would he be prevented from being able to enjoy the comfort of his home in the way that he chose? And why is it so easy for providers to violate a person's individual privacy in this way?
Yeah. So I think there are rules around when a provider can enter into a tenant's unit, like a landlord. For many of us, right, a landlord will have a key to be able to get into the unit in case of emergency or maintenance within, all attempts to communicate with the person to notify them before gaining access. We can always, make improvements. We want to make sure that people's apartments are safe. I'm not familiar with the example you're citing there. Obviously, we provide basic levels of furniture and living needs for people when they move in. If they want to change that furniture, I don't know the circumstance that you're talking about and if there were any issues.
Are they able to?
Safety and size, of course.
Yeah, there's nothing that prevents them.
There's nothing to prevent them broadly. I'm not familiar with this particular situation, though.
It's not a policy, right?
Correct, it's not a policy.
I mean, I think that it is great
have
that the
their own
rooms are
beds,
furnished, right? Because maybe not everybody has the means to be able to purchase a bed, and but if somebody is able to or has family
That's
that would
wonderful,
support,
yes.
then I think that's a good thing, and I think
Yes.
that we should be supporting and encouraging that, right? Not making it an issue and provoking conflict within the building. Now, because we've heard again so many complaints regarding instances like these, I'm really interested in understanding what the grievance procedure is. Particularly concerned about the idea that if I'm filing a complaint against, Joe Smith, that whoever I'm complaining to is now forwarding that email to Joe Smith, and now Joe Smith, and it's happened to me. I have said some stinky stuff about people, and that person that I sent it to emailed it and forwarded it to somebody else because they didn't read the entire thread. So I know how violating it can feel. But it seems like an inappropriate, way of handling these complaints.
Sure, so we, as Mike mentioned, there's about 35,000 units of supportive housing in New York City. I'm speaking about a third of those units. So for those that are in contract with the health department, we expect all of our contractors to have a grievance policy that they're informing tenants about at move-in, so they know where to go to complain. Complaints will come to us as well, right, through a variety of means, from the person themselves, anonymously, or with contact information, sometimes through third parties. So as we receive these, we make every effort to follow up and find the person who made the complaint. That's not always easy for us to communicate directly with them. When we are able to speak directly with the person who made the complaint, we will ask their permission to reach back out to the provider to resolve it, because we recognize sometimes that might not be appropriate. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, depends on the scenario. If we don't have identifying information, we may be trying other pathways to figure out who the complaint is about or pertaining to, and so we will go to the provider and ask some questions sometimes, as delicately as we can, to follow up.
So the grievance is handled by either DOHMH or HRA? No?
So they'll go to first to the provider who has the relationship, who knows the tenant, right? Like we don't know all of the thousands of tenants. First within that structure, within the organization where they have the most information, the most direct ability to resolve it. People can come to the government, right? We're civil servants, and we will figure out which is the contracting agency. So that could be the health department, that could be DSS, that could be the state Office of Mental Health, for example.
Is there a policy against retaliation?
Is there I want to say yes, of course, but I'm not sure what exactly, that would mean, right? Yes, these are treatment providers and care providers who are held to, person-centered planning, right? That they would be complete sort of.
Yeah, no, I want to be respectful of time, so I'll ask one more question regarding the grievances. Do we track how often the tenants' grievances are resolved in favor of tenants?
So we are tracking and reporting on our website in accordance with the local law requiring the supportive housing tenant notice of rights. So those violations are posted on our website.
Okay, sorry, I lied. I have one last question. The agency claims that the interview process is a low barrier process, but there is no universal interview template, and providers can ask virtually any question that they want to applicants. Many applicants and advocates experience the application process as a very high barrier process, requiring tenants to jump through enormous council member. Enormous administrative hurdles and obtain multiple clinical assessments to be approved, especially for those that are unsheltered. How can the agencies make this process more streamlined for the applicant and easier to navigate, less given the subjectivity and less prone to error and discrimination?
Thank you for that question. The low barrier admission policy is a policy we implemented approximately 4 or 5 months ago, so it's a relatively new policy for us. But that policy directs providers that they cannot do background and credit checks, which used to be a problem in the past, and that it also directs that they should collect as little documentation as is possible for the client to move in. Now, that does not include, however, like the retail market, when somebody applies for an apartment, there is an application process for what's called property management that clients must go through. That includes documentation that oftentimes is required for the provider to get low income tax credits and other sources of funding for the provider. But we are working with our providers to ensure that they're not violating the background checks, credit checks, and working with them towards requiring as little documentation as possible. That would meet only the information they need for the income qualifications and tax credits that they need for these units.
I can elaborate a little bit on that as well, along with the other policies that Mike just mentioned. We released apartment viewing guidance last year to shift away from this sort of interview approach to reframe it as an opportunity for the prospective tenant to view the apartment. Like you or I would want to see an apartment before we move in. We meet with the service provider, understand the services offered, right? The support services on site, so that's not a surprise to anybody. Oh, I didn't know this was a supportive housing program, right? We heard somebody mention that earlier in the public testimony. That's not a scenario we want, right? We want people to understand what's available and on site in the program that they're entering, understanding the community resources and making, so it's a conversation between the provider and the tenant about whether this is where they want to live. And so because we want it to be a conversation, that also means we don't want it to be just a checklist script. We do want an opportunity for human interaction, right? We are human service providers. And so we're providing as much additional guidance as we can to sort of prevent against the examples that you talk about. But we do want to keep some level of human fluidity for the setting. We're not robots.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and hello, good afternoon to everyone here. I'm going to ask 2 sets of questions, and then, we have a lot of colleagues that are here wanting to participate. So first and foremost, HPD, this might be a question that you are getting a head start on for Monday if you cannot answer today. But in the context that in June of 2023, more than 2,600 supportive housing units were vacant citywide since this administration began, the number of vacant units has not been below 2,000. Meanwhile, we have over 7,000 individuals who are seeking placement in supportive housing. In light of that, the November plan continues that the November plan includes a PEG for the agency of $4.5 million that is a cut to supportive housing. And the explanation that we are understanding is that slow lease-ups mean that the agency will not be using these funds for rental assistance payments. So can you explain to us, you or sister agencies, explain to us why, given the high demand for supportive housing across the city of New York, we are seeking cost savings in rental assistance payments for supportive housing?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's not so much a matter of lease-ups being slow. It is really a matter of, we have to project out a couple of years when we think units will come online and be open and ready for occupancy and what the unit distribution of those units will be. And so the PEG that we had in our November plan for the 1515 rental assistance is really just a right sizing of when those units actually did come online and what the unit distribution is. So the number of studios versus 1 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms.
So you're saying that there are no, well, can you put that explanation that you just gave, that there is no slowness in the context of over 2,000 supportive housing vacant units across the city of New York?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk about the?
I'll talk about the vacancies, if you don't mind. Yes, there are over 2,000. There are approximately today about 2,000 vacancies. However, I think I may have mentioned this earlier, about 600 of those are currently linked to clients and waiting to move in. We keep them as listed as vacant until the client moved in, just out of transparency. Additionally, those 1,400 units that are left, that doesn't mean clients haven't been referred to those units. It may mean that the client has been referred. Many of those units may be older units. Approximately 9,000 units of supportive housing here in New York are some of the original, more buildings that have been around for some time and may be less desirable because they're in SRO settings or areas that the clients don't want to move in. Clients have a right. Clients have a choice. That's very important to us. So even the units that are left that are vacant does not mean people haven't been referred to those units.
Okay, and so can you give us a breakdown of how many people have not been referred to?
To the 2,000 units, is it?
Yeah, or the 1,400 that you mentioned.
Well, I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. So the second set of questions is around rejections. So the coordinated assessment and placement system, as you all discussed, in conjunction with the standardized vulnerability index, was implemented in January 2018 to streamline access to homeless services and prioritize assistance based on individual assessed vulnerability and the severity of service needs. Approved supportive housing applications receive a vulnerability rating of high, medium, and low based on criteria that contribute to the probability of an individual or family that is vulnerable becoming again homeless. Some of these criteria include multi-system contacts, functional impairments, high utilization of Medicaid, length of time homeless. So in the context of these two systems existing, we've heard many stories from advocates previously that supportive housing applicants are rejected for reasons that appear to go against the spirit of supportive housing. For example, rejections because someone was intoxicated, showing symptoms, didn't have so-called insight into their illness, or showed up to the interview with pajamas. How does the agency or sister agencies ensure that providers don't reject applicants because they might be seen as difficult to serve? And how has the standardized vulnerability index impacted this issue?
I'll start with the standardized vulnerability assessment. You correctly characterized it in that the assessment really is the likelihood that the individual family will remain homeless is what our standardized vulnerability assessment. And the indices that you mentioned are the correct indices that we use for that determination. Something I want to make clear is that the high, medium, or low does not necessarily equate to clients' needs or the severity of their needs. It really equates to really the homelessness, the possibility or likelihood that they're going to remain homeless. And I'm going to ask Jamie to tackle the first part of that question.
Thanks. As I mentioned in response to an earlier question, we rolled out apartment viewing guidance last year to shift away from this idea of an interview by the provider of the prospective tenant. And with that, guidance included very specific expectations around how to handle, for example, a person showing up to an apartment viewing intoxicated. The appropriate, next step is to reschedule the interview, right, to make sure the person's safe, get them to where they return to where they came from safely, and reschedule the interview. We would not, accept lack of insight is not an example to reject somebody. The interview is an opportunity, the apartment viewing is an opportunity for the provider to talk about their services. It's possible that a person's situation has changed from the time they have their eligibility determination to the time they went to view an apartment. Our housing is independent, supportive with case management. There may be situations where, based on that meeting, it's apparent that the person may benefit from a higher level of care, a licensed housing setting, for example. In those cases, there may be a recommendation and a very careful discussion about doing that.
Okay. Thank you. That is helpful. Okay, so just grabbing onto your example, lack of insight is not a reason to reject someone, but a higher need for service might be. So looking at the Local Law 3 report of 2022, the agencies reported that the majority of rejections were due to an applicant needing services outside of the provider's offering. So can you help us to understand what are the scope of services that providers have? What is that gap between what providers have as their services and what they're not offering that the clients need, and how are we making sure that folks who need this housing are receiving it?
Sure. So all of our supportive housing services provide case management support. At a minimum, once a month of case management, voluntary participation in that case management. What case management means, right? That's a broad term, and it can mean a variety of things depending on what the person wants or is interested in. So the case manager will help a person, maintain their apartment, right? Get benefits, reunite with family, find mental health treatment, substance use treatment, participate in those services, medical care, group activities, spending time, leisure time, and if there are children in the unit, the services will be more focused toward ensuring that there's a safe environment for the children to meet their developmental milestones. People will connect to outside treatment services, which can vary greatly according to the larger continuum of care. And so we would want them to sort of work with the tenant to help them connect to a clinician who can assess them for community-based treatment services. None of our settings are clinical settings, right? These are not clinicians who are coming in, they're generally bachelor's level case managers.
Okay, thank you. Has there been consideration by the agencies to change the requirements of providers to provide more of those frequently needed services by tenants?
So our approach is to provide education to the providers about how to link to those services in the community where they are funded, often reimbursable, and then not attached to the person's tenancy. Because people do move on, and we don't want them to lose all of their services if and when they do move on, which we expect. So we think it's more prudent to connect them to other community resources so that they're as integrated, really, as possible into the service system.
Okay, thank you, that makes sense. Supportive housing providers share with us that current demand for supportive housing is due in part to decreases in state finance licensed mental health beds, and that this has put providers in a position where they have to serve individuals who maybe they were not prepared to assist. So what has been the city's ask to the state in this regard?
Sure. So I don't think the state has reduced any of their licensed treatment capacity. And I know that they will be expanding licensed treatment capacity. There's a timeline for procurement on the State Office of Mental Health's website right now that indicates their sort of growth trajectory.
Okay, so the city has not made any particular ask to the state in this regard? You think the state is doing a great job? We have enough resources from the state in terms of licensed beds?
No, so I'm saying that the state has already articulated a plan to increase those beds. And that's, I think I know we're speaking regularly with our counterparts, particularly at the State Office of Mental Health, about the service needs of New Yorkers with serious mental illness.
Okay.
Right? And so I think that's responsive to our dialogue.
Okay, but you are not asking for anything above and beyond what the state has put out as their plan? Just trying to get at
Sure.
whether there is advocacy coming from the city of New York to the state for more supportive services.
I think, that's a little bit beyond the scope of my testimony here and my responsibilities.
Okay. Okay, so next question, our constituent experiences here as council members, they inform, our perspectives on how these programs are working on the ground, as of course you've heard from the deputy speaker. In some of my situations, I've had issues with responsiveness from providers. I've had providers tell me that they can't always reach their clients because they are based in Brooklyn, and my district is in the Bronx. And so how do your agencies hold this, hold providers accountable, like CAMBA, like Met Council? Met Council and Post Grad Center have not been responsive to my office, and I'm the chair of Housing and Buildings. I wonder how my other colleagues are faring. How do you instruct them to be responsive to elected officials and to community concerns for their clients?
So we require all of our providers to implement the Supportive Housing Tenant Notice of Rights, which provides tenants with information about who is responsible for various aspects of their unit, the services and the funding. We also expect and require all of our contractors to have grievance policies that they notify their tenants about and be responsive to those grievances. We review charts periodically when we go out to look at providers and speak with tenants to spot check adherence to those requirements. And additionally, providers report to us on individualized tenant measures or select performance measures with respect to connection to primary care and engagement in the array of activities, the person-centered activities, and ultimately the reasons for which a tenant would leave the unit.
Okay. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And my questions are more getting at even outside of the tenant-provider city agency relationships, the relationship with community. And so to that end, this is my last question. I'll turn it back to our deputy speaker. What recourses, what is the process to rehouse a client that perhaps is not in the most supportive setting for that client?
Could you clarify what you mean by rehouse if they're already in supportive housing?
Yes.
So you're talking about moving to a different
So if they're in
level
a
of care?
scatter site, a setting that is not, where they are not receiving or feel that they do not have access to the services that they need in an intensive way, what is the process that a provider can follow and work with you all to make sure that that person is moved to a more appropriate setting?
Sure. So it's a person's choice. They're a leaseholder, right? So we don't, pick up and move a person to a new setting. It would have to be the person's preference to participate in the process and choose to end their lease if they want, or to move within, to find, to articulate the setting that they would prefer, right? So this is really a tenant-led choice.
So what I've heard from providers is that there needs to be an active 2010E application, that is very difficult to obtain again. So let's say that tenant does want to move and the provider is willing to do so. What is the process for them?
So this is this is a challenge, right? Permanent housing with people who have a lease, right? And we have significant demand. We're not moving people around, right? And plugging and placing. Everybody's got their lives and their furniture and their community. So it's not very straightforward to simply pluck up a person and move them from A to B. So we would work with a provider within their own sort of organization's portfolio. If it's large, right? If they have a lot of options, perhaps they can find a way to orchestrate a move. It's difficult. Housing is difficult in New York City.
Okay, thank you. The feedback I've heard is that it's really difficult to get support from the agencies to move folks. So I kind of feel like there's a little bit of a finger pointing. It's difficult and they're not helping. It's difficult and they're not helping. So just a concern area that I'd love to follow up on and understand better. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Back to you.
All right, I want to recognize that we were also joined by council members Rivera, and Osei. And with that, we'll move on to Councilmember Chair Lee. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thanks for everyone for bearing with us as we ask our questions, especially those that are here to testify. I know it's a long day, so just thanks for being here and continuing your participation. Okay, so I'm gonna ask my first set of questions. So based on the testimony, I know that since 2021, you added 1,000 new additional units. Do you know if those are scattered versus single and what the breakdown is?
Sure, I can tell you, I wouldn't be able to say exactly during that time frame, but broadly across our 11,800 units, about 75% are congregate, 25% are scattered.
Okay. And for the 1,000 new units that you have, or just in general, how do you select, where the units are going? Is there a breakdown by borough that you have that you could share with us, or zip code, or what, how do you select? Is it based on the highest areas of need of services?
Sure. So I think there's a question about sort of the proposal in the award section, and then those that are already awarded. So we have supportive housing everywhere in all boroughs across our city. We could provide you with the locations of the zip codes of the buildings that we're in. The scattered site units may change over time. Typically, a provider will focus on a given borough, right? But they're leasing units in the general market, and they may shift over time.
Can I also just add, part of the dependency of where the units are located depends on where the vendors, when they submit to us a proposal for units for congregate or scattered site, they tell us as part of that proposal where the units will be located.
But then how do they determine that, and then how do you hold them accountable? Is it based on need, or what are the criteria?
So for a congregate site, as an example, if we're pulling it back a little bit, they already have site control by the time they submit to us a proposal, so they already have a location, a lot, whatever you want to call it, where they're going to build. If we're awarding scattered site units, we award for a number of units. It's then that vendor's responsibility to go out and find those units within essentially the retail residential economy.
Okay.
And if I could just elaborate a little bit more on the congregate side from HPD's perspective. So we develop supportive housing sites on both public and private land. If it is private land, the developer and the provider are finding the site on their own and bringing it to HPD and HRA. They're applying to HRA for the service funding, and they are submitting a proposal to HPD for the capital financing and the rental assistance. So it's really someone finding the site on their own. For public sites, we are awarding those through an RFP or an RFQ process. And so people are expressing interest in developing a public site.
Okay. And from what we've heard from the advocates, it seems that we've heard that there are more frequent complaints or issues that come from the scattered site housing model. And so is there any internal discussions from any of your agencies about the efficacy of scattered site housing, whether the agency would consider focusing less on this model and more on the congregate setting?
Sure, I can answer that from a programmatic perspective. We don't see differences in our outcomes for people in scattered and congregate. We see fairly similar outcomes.
Sorry, if I could just ask one question then,
Sure.
because we know that there's a huge workforce shortage amongst the healthcare and mental health care sector, and so I guess my question is it more difficult, or are you finding it more difficult, or complaints from the providers or the case management, also as well, in terms of going to those different sites versus having a more congregate setting?
Yes, I think. I turned it off. Sorry about that. So there are pros and cons to both congregate and scattered from the provider and tenant perspective. So for tenants, there's often more independence in a scattered site model. For providers, there's more travel time to meet with the tenant in their more independent apartment.
And if they have to go to individual apartments, do you find that there are more cancellations or people who are dropping off in terms of the services for those clients?
So it takes more effort to regularly see a tenant in a scattered site apartment. we attempt to, the provider will attempt to schedule it, right, and find a cadence that works for the individual's schedule. But yes, there are missed appointments. In a congregate setting, there's more opportunity for spontaneous contact, right? You bump into a tenant in the common areas or in the lobby. So there is more footwork for the provider to have the FaceTime with the tenants. The FaceTime, I shouldn't use that word anymore, the in-person contact. They will also have telephonic contact with folks. It's not limited to in-person exclusively. So there's other ways to stay in touch, although we do expect attempts for in-person contact monthly.
Okay, great. And moving on to one of my favorite topics is contracts and procurements. So for just going back to something that you mentioned before when you were answering Chair Sanchez's questions about the case management not really having a clinical component in terms of the services, because I know that you had mentioned it's usually the bachelor's level caseworkers, and so my question is that if there are incidences, do you also require the providers to have linkage agreements or MOUs with Article 31s, Article 28s, or other healthcare providers in the area that would be able to come quickly or de-escalate or provide services or other incidences like that?
Sure. So while the case managers are not clinicians, they do, there is training that we sort of have a training vendor to provide training in supportive counseling, crisis de-escalation, harm reduction, person-centered service planning, all of these terms that are really adjacent to clinical care, but not explicitly clinical care. And so there is a supportive element of the case management and a therapeutic element to it without calling it explicitly clinical. The providers are not required to have linkage agreements, although they are expected to be familiar with all community resources, physical health care, mental health care, substance use, community gardens, right? All the full spectrum of things that people might be interested in. And that is the work. That's what they're doing all the time, is connecting people to those community resources. If they're having trouble, finding services that are appropriate, where we will help. That is part of the technical assistance that we provide. Sometimes we do, make introductions, right? There's this great new CCBHC in your neighborhood, right? Have you heard about what a CCBHC is? This is a great new model, right? And so we will provide that sort of education as appropriate.
Okay, and the reason why I say that is because when I was running my social service agency, we had caseworkers, case managers, but we also had a clinic setting where, especially when you're dealing with folks that are in supportive housing that have more serious mental illnesses, I just think it's important to make sure that there is that immediate, instead of the provider for the housing side having to search and figure out which mental health providers are there, I think it would be a great idea to sort of have that as part of the contracting process so that there is that immediate relationship building that happens, because especially, it's great if the folks that are dealing with the more serious mentally ill population, that they have that built-in relationship with some of the clients in those settings already. So I would just want to put that out there as well. And I know that DOHMH is responsible for awarding and overseeing the contracts with the nonprofit providers on behalf of the state OMH office. So how many contracts do you currently oversee, and would you be able, for the record, to name all the organizations that you contract with?
Sure. So we have 219 contracts with 78 different organizations. So I will spare this audience the pain of me reading that. I'm happy to provide it to you.
Yes, if you could, that'd be great.
Sure.
And when awarding contracts to the housing providers, what criteria specifically does your agency use to determine which providers should receive certain contracts?
Sure. So I'll defer to DSS because they're really the holders of the RFP, although we work collaboratively with them. They're the lead.
Yeah. So providers respond to what's called an open-end solicitation that we have right now for these 1515 units. And again, they would respond to if they want congregate units or they're seeking scattered site units. We impanel representatives from each of our agencies here, being DSS, DOHMH, and HPD, who review the solicitations and have a standardized tool for reviewing and determining if the responder should be awarded be awarded the contract or not.
And then how long is the contracts usually for? Is it 3-year, 5-year, or how often do the RFPs come out?
Oh, the RFP right now is an open-ended solicitation, so that's not quite. And then the duration is
Typically 9 years.
9 years,
Some
okay.
congregate sites will request a 15-year contract because of the issues around the site. Emily would know a lot more, yeah.
Yes, so the rental assistance contracts on the congregate side have an initial term of 15 years. 15 years is also the term of the low-income housing tax credit compliance period. So depending on the financing, a provider may ask for a social service contract that's coterminous.
Okay, and is there an evaluation process for the contract renewals? And even in that 9 or 15-year period, how do you sort of reevaluate the providers on a consistent basis? Because I know oftentimes when the contracts get awarded, there's accountability that needs to happen there, and that sometimes that doesn't always happen. So I just wanted to know what your criteria was for that too.
Sure. So we rate all of our contracts annually through the Passport system. So there's a performance evaluation that's publicly available. We also expect our providers to report regular information to us about their tenants. I mentioned earlier around the activities, the types, the categories of activities they're engaging in, their connection to primary care, and the reasons that they leave their unit if they choose to leave. We receive that data. We provide comparisons back to the programs about how they compare to similar programs, right? Other scattered site programs in the Bronx about the same size, so they can have a sense of how they compare to their peers, and we can use a quality improvement approach there to help, always, do the best that we can. And we will also go to the programs on site to review charts, meet tenants, and spot check the information that they're reporting to us.
Okay. And I think, do those annual evaluations include, because I know that we've heard also from the advocates that some of the DOH contracted providers are in violation of the New York City and New York State housing and human rights laws, and so how does your agency or any of the contracting agencies assess whether the provider is complying with relevant laws as part of that annual evaluation?
So the annual evaluation that I talked about is through Passport, the city's procurement system, right? So it's based on their how they're doing vis-a-vis the contract scope and budget.
Right.
If
So
there's,
that's more
you know,
fiscally, right?
yeah.
So then how, in terms of this aspect, how do you capture that data?
I think the entity enforcing whatever the law is, right? Because there's city, state, and federal laws. The entity charged with enforcing those laws would have that data that you're talking about. So for the Supportive Housing Tenant Notice of Rights, for example, we are posting that information on our website because we're the contracting agency for that particular local law, but I think the human rights laws would be not something that we would know necessarily, things that were under investigation, for example.
Right, but then if you're contracting with the providers and you hear directly from residents that there are complaints that they're in violation of it, then is it your responsibility then to escalate that to the Human Rights Division, or what is the process for that?
I think depending on the scenario, we would, and if we're in communication with the tenant, right, and we have their permission, we would help to connect them with whatever, sometimes it's legal representation to help them pursue a claim. Sometimes it's, providing them with a phone number or a website for them to explore it. So it'll vary depending on the situation.
Okay, because if, as a former, as someone who ran a former agency that provided services similar to this, I just, if a client comes to me and complains and says that these human rights laws are being violated, I feel like it's our obligation and duty to then report to the appropriate agencies. And so I'm just wondering if I'm a contractor of DOHMH and I'm providing these services on behalf of the city, am I being told as a provider then to report these things to you, and then do you then have the responsibility to report to the human rights? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the process is for some of the grievances that are coming up potentially with some of the providers.
Sure. So I think in the example that you talked about, if there's a tenant complaining that their human rights have been violated, we would work with the tenant to connect them to the Human Rights Commission. We have, contracts. One of our contracts is for legal representation for people with mental health disabilities, right? We might connect them to one of those contractors to help them. We will not have as much information as the tenant themselves, and so if they're able to, we'd want to help them tell their story to whoever is responsible for the law that they're complaining has been violated, right?
Okay.
So this could vary if it's a privacy law, right? If it's a human rights law, if it's a local law, right? There's a lot of uniqueness here.
And hopefully there's connections, because I know that a lot of times city agencies, and I understand why sometimes, but they're very siloed, and so hopefully if they need legal services or anything like that, we can help connect them as well. But sorry, so just a couple more questions around the complaints and open violations, because I know that you had mentioned that sometimes you are able to do the spot checks and look at the charts, and so how often do those spot checks and looking at the charts happen? Is it based on OMH's guidelines, or if you could elaborate?
Sure. So it's depends on our contract, right? So this is typically annually.
Okay. With room to do potentially more, if, let's just say you hear from there seems to be, more complaints coming from X provider, then would you look into that more than just the annual check?
Yes, if there's a specific complaint, we will investigate that immediate complaint. We would not wait for a regular cadence of investigation or spot checking.
And I know that for the grievance policies, it's from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that it's largely up to the providers to make sure that the tenants understand what their rights are and what the grievance process is. But then I guess my question is are those grievance policies the same across the board? Who's in control of making sure that those notices are actually going out and that they're happening?
Sure. So since the Supportive Housing Tenant Notice of Rights local law was passed, there's an expectation that that information be provided when a person initially views an apartment, when they sign a lease, and further as needed. So there is a lot more consistency across the board about how that goes. And then providers have to report to us annually an attestation that they have, in fact, provided that information to their tenants, right? And if they are in violation of that part of the law, we would also post that publicly.
Okay. Really quickly, I just wanted to move on to tenants with physical disabilities. Are all supported housing facilities contracted by DOH HMH 88 compliant?
I'll have to get back to you on the answer to that question.
Okay.
We will work to get people into a unit that meets their particular needs, for example, a first floor unit. We have older buildings in our housing portfolio that are just were built in a different time, and so I will have to follow up on that question.
Okay, because my understanding is that even if it's an older building, the city will outfit it accordingly if someone has a disability. And so if I'm someone with a disability and I come into, like, let's just say a unit on the 4th floor of a walk-up building, what is the process then for myself to advocate for some accommodations?
Sure. So I think we would not, a person is unlikely to choose a 4th floor walk-up if they're in a wheelchair, right? That's not going to be.
It doesn't even necessarily have to be a wheelchair, but it could be some
Sure.
other sort of physical.
So depending on the physical accommodation,
Right.
I think that's why the apartment viewing is really important for a tenant to see the unit that they may choose to move into, to understand what the needs are, and then talk with the provider about what sort of an accommodation would be feasible in what time frame. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Mike.
Just to add to that, In the application process itself, there is information that is collected around the physical limitations and/or accommodation needs for a client. And when the OSAS team makes referrals, they consider that information as they make the referral to ensure that the accommodation can be provided to the client.
Okay. And do contracted housing providers receive training on how to accommodate tenants with disabilities, both physical, mental, and otherwise?
So they absolutely receive training on how to support people with mental health and substance use needs, right? That's who they're serving, and so those mental illnesses have risen to the level of disability, right? If a person is qualifying for having a serious mental illness, so yes, they are trained in that.
Okay.
Physical disabilities may vary widely, and so we can absolutely support providers who need extra training sometimes for certain things.
Okay, and then who's in charge of, who conducts the trainings?
So we have a contract for a training resource center for supportive housing providers that's available to all of them. Many organizations also, they have a training line in their budget, right? And they will, depending on their population, right? If they're serving older adults, right? People with families, substance use, right? They will pay for their own training relevant to their particular population's needs.
Okay. And do you currently work with MOPED, Mayor's Office of People with Disabilities, and/or OCMH, the Mayor's Office of Community Mental Health, to ensure that individuals with SMI are connected to agencies like yours and DSS to access the appropriate supportive housing and services?
Yes.
Okay. And I will, oh, sorry, I just had one question I wanted to ask on behalf of Councilmember Riley, who had to leave early. So please bear with me while I read his question. So the background is families where a parent or caretaker is receiving cash assistance through HRA and employed or in school, they may be eligible for child care. They need to contact their HRA Benefits Access Center. If a parent was previously on cash assistance but is no longer financially eligible, they may be eligible for subsidized child care services under the one-year Transitional Child Care Benefits Program. So his question is, how many people received the Transitional Care Voucher in FY22, and are recipients reported on a log by the department disaggregated by zip code?
That level of detail I'd have to get back to the council on.
Okay, and then he had a second question about, is there any supportive care linked to the Transitional Child Care Benefits Program, understanding a family may be moving out of a shelter and into a new environment and neighborhood?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Is there any supportive care linked to the Transitional Child Care Benefits Program, understanding that a family may be moving out of a shelter and into a new environment and neighborhood?
Okay. Again, I'd like to get back to you. That's not an area under the supportive housing realm usually.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Speaker.
Councilmember Holden?
Thank you. And so on to Department of Veteran Services. You guys have been sitting very patiently. I thank you for that. We'll give you you guys a little break now. So let me just get to, and this, since I'm concerned with veterans, I just want to, basic questions. What is the current demand for veteran supported housing? In that realm of, we have a lot of veterans, and we do have, I visited the Borden Avenue shelter, and a lot of them want to get an apartment or supportive housing. Can you tell us how many are currently waiting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, hit the, okay.
Is this on? Absolutely, Chair. And Deputy Speaker and Committee Chairman, and Wilman, thank you for having us today. It's an honor to be here. Before I go in, I just want to take a minute to thank the Council for the Mental Health Roadmap Stop 2 legislation. We're looking forward to working with you and seeing that age, and obviously the effects of those bills will make an impact in the conversations that we're having today about supportive housing. But going on to the demand, it is important for you to know the context of how veterans are different than the non-veteran community in our homeless shelters. Particularly in that they have a higher probability of having access to federal benefits. So unlike our counterparts, veterans, actually have the HUD-VASH rental subsidy, the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing rental subsidy, and because of that, significant number of our homeless veterans utilize HUD-VASH to move into supportive housing, at which that supportive element comes from the VA. So to the extent of what the demand is, our population is slightly different, but even to go on beyond that, the City of New York, and with our colleagues here at the local, state, and federal level, in partnership with the VA, HUD, NYCHA, and our colleagues at DSS, we also expanded that rental subsidy to disconnected veterans, those who are other than dishonorable. So we already had a high proportion of veterans who are homeless qualified for a supportive housing subsidy, and then we went further than that in the City of New York to pilot a program where we expanded that rental subsidy to more veterans, which is why we have what we have today, the homeless population of veterans that have a higher supply of housing made available. But to talk about supportive housing and the demand, I do want to turn it over to my Director of Housing and Support Services, Lamar Wheeler, as his team works directly with our homeless veteran population.
Good afternoon. We can only speak to.
You speak up a little bit? Yeah, just get a little closer, yeah.
I can only speak to the, our own efforts as far as how we're seeding the supportive housing arena. We are seeding the future for supportive housing through Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative. We're only aware of, right now we have one that is right in Brooklyn. It's called Serve Vets. We have round 6, which was awarded to Community Access and Brooklyn Community Housing Services, where they have 142 units available. For round 7, Samaritan Daytop Village, Fortune Society, we're talking 82 new affordable housing.
And these are these vacant or are they currently occupied?
Chair, those are projected. So ESHI selected those awardees in 2021, which totaled 150 units. In 2022, round 7, there was 2 other partners selected, which totaled an additional 152 units. So they're not, these are projected, I'm sorry.
Projected?
Yes.
Okay. So, but do we have a number of how many veterans are waiting for supportive housing? Do we have a number on that? We don't?
have to get back to you about that.
Okay.
Yeah, right now we believe that 2 out of 5 veterans seeking permanent housing placement would benefit from supportive housing environment. But again, because of the wide array of resources that our veteran population is eligible for, choice has a significant role in that decision making.
Right. Let me just ask you on the model of supportive housing. Is it different for veterans? Because some of the veterans that I spoke to said they don't want to. They were forced to live with someone that they didn't know, another veteran, and they didn't want that. Is that a model, or do they get their own apartment or space?
Well, I'll begin by saying that because our population has a higher probability of having access to that Section 8 subsidy, as in HUD-VASH and CCM, at a minimum, they're eligible for a studio. So when we have SROs available, and to the degree that those SROs are one that they prefer, most likely they would prefer not to do that and wait for a studio, and even go as far as waiting to upgrade their Section 8 subsidy to a 1-bedroom from that studio. And since our team of veteran housing coordinators work so closely with those clients, we would never put them into a unit that they do not want to be in. We would continue to work with them until we find permanent housing that meets their choice and ensures that their recidivism rate stays low.
Right.
part of our recidivism rate that we track is that we follow up with our clients 6, 10, 18 to 20 months after, 22 months after they're housed. And of our data so far, which we can share with you after, a significant portion of those that do answer our aftercare calls report still being housed, which we're very happy about, meaning that we've connected them with the right housing source at the very beginning.
So what criteria, if any, are used to determine which veterans receives priority for supportive housing units? Because you know, obviously there's a need if they're obviously homeless, and we have homeless veterans on our streets. So when you engage, I mean, you get, and I don't know with the application process if there's a veterans box that they check, and you're saying yes, so there is. So then that information is passed along to DVS when you see the veterans. I'm sorry to get you involved again, but I just wanted to give you a break.
It's perfectly fine. Yes, as part of the application process, as I've mentioned before, there's criteria. Someone could check that they have veteran status, and that would...
Are they given priority?
We make
they go to the top of the list?
So we make the determination of their eligibility. It would be up to their
DVS would determine the priority?
Well, one thing we want to make clear here is that how DVS facilitates some building of supportive housing for veterans is that we work really closely with NYCHA and HPD. As NYCHA's RFP just previously released, HPD's comes out quarterly. Because Section 8 runs through NYCHA and HPD, we can facilitate conversations with developers, and those developers make our partners known if they want to build housing for veterans. We then can use project-based housing, Section 8 vouchers, to facilitate a priority per se.
Right.
For those veterans.
So is that part of your efforts to try to get more supportive housing for veterans? Like, what's your agency doing in that area?
Yeah, great question, Chair. I mean, as Lamar mentioned, we continue to engage with the Empire State Supportive Housing Initiative and the Homeless Housing Assistance Program, and NYCHA and HPD and our developers. If you may have not seen this, but the New York State Comptroller released a homeless veteran report last month, which highlighted New York's success of reducing the veteran homeless population by 83%, and 90% of that reduction came here in New York City. Great. So clearly what we're doing with council, our private sector partners in the real estate community, and our city partners have been successful, and want to keep that up. But one thing I want to emphasize is we really want developers to ask us how they can be more involved in building housing for veterans, which we can facilitate instructions and help them work with our city partners to make that accommodation. We can always do more with more housing.
Yeah, and I think if we set aside a certain percentage of supportive housing for veterans, particularly targeting veterans, because we owe them. Like, of course, you served, and thank you. But so that's a priority that at least for my committee, to try to not have any veteran living in a congregate setting even. So that's why we did at Borden, we got rooms for them actually, rather than a congregate setting, which I think they're happier, but they still would like supportive housing.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to you, Chair, for doing that. I know that our community was very happy about the progress that you made in Borden Avenue, and we thank you for all you're doing for our community.
And that probably should, and just as just an editorial comment, but that probably should be the model for the entire city shelters. So everybody gets their own space. And it could be small cubicle, 8 by 10, but at least you don't have to sleep in an open setting. And certainly our veterans should have that automatically. I want my colleagues to ask questions, or I'll just ask a few more and be brief, but you get information. So when somebody applies for supportive housing or housing, you get, obviously you identify them as a veteran. Contacting them is another hurdle, so, especially if somebody is homeless. What are some other barriers that you're seeing from veterans who are possibly, you can't get them, you can't find them, they don't get back to you, or they're not willing to get maybe some of the supportive services that you're offering?
Well, actually, I want to take this moment to highlight Councilman Dinowitz's bill in our roadmap. Identifying veterans is an issue across the country, but here in the city, that's what we want to do more of. And we commend the executive order, but we certainly support the bill that Councilman Dinowitz has brought to the attention in the roadmap stop 2, because we do believe that that's going to help us go further. If more agencies and more offices are asking the question and we can get that information, we can be more proactive about helping folks connect to resources that they're qualified for.
Okay, just a couple more questions on this end. Let's deal with serious mental illness. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be with veterans, but if someone goes into supportive housing and they're not getting treatment, or they're not attending treatment, they're not going to the doctor, they're not engaging, what happens? How does that work? Is that voluntary, or do they jeopardize their stay at the supportive housing if they don't seek treatment for serious mental illness? Because, you know, serious mental illness, if it's untreated, always gets worse. It doesn't get better on it by itself.
Sure, so I can answer that question. We're always trying to encourage tenants to connect to whatever services will help them to remain stably housed and be as healthy and have the best quality of life possible. That may include mental health treatment or rehabilitation services, and so we will consistently work with the tenant for as long as they are living in one of our programs to help them find and afford those sorts of services. However, participation in mental health treatment is not a requirement for tenancy in our supportive housing. So if a person chooses not to participate in treatment at any point in time, that's their choice. We will individualize our service planning based upon wherever they are and what we refer to as the
So there's no
stages of
agreement in a
change.
lease, for instance, that we offer this, but and you're shaking your head no. There's nothing in the lease that requires
Absolutely
that
not, no.
they
It's a
they
standard
seek
lease.
treatment for serious mental illness.
No,
Okay.
that is not how supportive housing works.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the, just before we go to Councilmember Hudson, regarding the connection between Veteran Services and DSS and the OHMH, because I have a building in my district that was supposed to be primarily for, well, it was it was told to us that it was going to be supportive housing for veterans, and my understanding is that they had a hard time filling up those units with actual veterans, and so I'm trying to make to figure out like what is the relationship and how often are you referring, if you finding it difficult.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker, I'll begin and then I'll pass it to Lamar, as his team probably worked on site or on the ground with the clients. But I will just begin with saying that what we have found over the years is that housing for veterans, it works better if it's integrated into buildings and not just solely for veterans in the entire building.
No, it's integrated, but it's
okay.
integrated, but the majority of the units were for veterans.
I see. Okay. Well, without knowing some of the details of the building, though, I will pass it to Lamar.
Yeah, I think that the gist of it is really like, are you finding it difficult to get access to units, and what is the coordination with the different agencies like?
Coordination, the coordination is great. I'm really surprised that you're telling me this.
Go ahead, sorry, Lamar.
Really surprised, because, again, the Surf Vets was really a success. It's an integration of 72 units for veterans and 50 for everyone else. So I'm not aware of any.
Okay, no, it was a couple of years ago, but I'm just curious.
We would love to follow up and learn more about. We get in touch with the project management company or whoever's leading the lease up for the company, for the building, and we'll coordinate with our city agencies to figure out how to get it going.
Okay, and if there's any way that we can be helpful also as, you know, council members in very diverse communities, I think, you know, I find that sometimes I get veterans that are on the verge of homelessness and don't realize that they can apply for certain apartments. I mean, even independent of like supportive units, because they just don't realize that they have like a preference.
Yeah.
And once they are connected, like they, you know, the process is pretty expeditious, so.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer you at this time, I mean, we are a small and nimble
Yeah, I know.
team, but what we've been doing, and thanks to the chair here, is we've been facilitating veteran resource centers in city council offices. Chair Holden, we're at his office. We're going to be visiting Dinowitz.
You're more than welcome.
We'd love to do the same, and to the extent that we could do it at every city council office, we, you know,
Well, you're going to need a bigger budget.
we would love to try, but you know, if not for physically showing up at your office, we'll make a visit to also connect you and your staff with our virtual and remote online options to make it easier for folks to understand what their benefits are. When it comes to housing, I do want to shout out nyc.gov/vet ladder. That's our housing ladder. So if any veteran is curious of what is the right path for them to find the right fit, that housing ladder is a great
You
resource.
could share that information. If you could just forward me something, I would
Absolutely.
love that. All right, I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I'd also just like to say, if you got the specifics on the building you're speaking of, we can look and see what the referrals were for
Okay.
veterans. But I would say if there is a building that has units and it's earmarked for a particular population and we're having difficulty finding individuals to fill those units, we will fill those units with other people because scattered site supportive housing is such a limited resource here in New York.
Understood. The only thing that I would add to that is that we, you know, and that's why it's important to see that graph, right, of like what types of models we're creating for, because so many categories fit under the supportive housing, you know, model that, you know, we want to make sure that there's equity across, you know, for all populations, and that we're not building more of one at the expense of the other. I find that and I guess that there is also a larger need for supportive housing for individuals with serious mental health and substance use disorder, but not anything, you know, it's very rarely do I hear of any other category. And so I don't know if that's indicative of the number of applicants and the need in that population as opposed to the need in the others, but I would love some data that better reflects that. But it's fine. Thank you. Councilmember Hudson?
Thank you so much. Just a couple of questions. The first is, in March 2022, the mayor created a task force with the New York City Department of Social Services, with DSNY, Parks Department, and the NYPD to dismantle and remove homeless encampments in the city, as well as to connect homeless people in these encampments with services, housing, and more. And this might be redundant, and forgive me if it is, but is this task force still active?
I am unaware of that task force.
Okay, so then you can't describe the task force's role and powers?
Correct.
Okay. But you're aware of those actions that occurred, right?
Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, just not of a specific task force, you're saying? Okay. All right, how can DSS address the prevalence of supportive housing rejections based on a subjective assessment of the client's disability or social services needs, like lacks insight or higher level of care needed, if this is clearly based on a client's known disability status?
Do you want? Because we already addressed this.
So I think there are different levels of care between licensed and unlicensed. So the health department units that I'm talking about are unlicensed. So they have case management support. There's licensed housing, which is operated and contracted for by the New York State Office of Mental Health. And so there are circumstances where people are recommended for one or the other based upon their needs. When DSS determines a person to be eligible for DOH, for supportive housing, which is the level of care that the health department contracts for, we have released guidance last year around the do's and don'ts of that apartment viewing and the questions that are appropriate or inappropriate, right, to avoid the sorts of scenarios that you're talking about, so that people have, prospective tenants are given every opportunity to choose an apartment and screened into that unit rather than finding reasons to screen them out.
Okay, I appreciate that, but would you say that a subjective assessment would you classify a subjective assessment as disability discrimination? Or let me rephrase. Would you agree that perhaps a subjective assessment could result in disability discrimination?
So yes, anytime there's subjectivity, there's opportunity for discrimination, racism, bias to creep into the process. We guard against that and put as many requirements and provide as much guidance to avoid that. That said, we think it's important for there to be a conversation between the prospective tenant and the provider about the program and the services that are available, so that the prospective tenant understands what's offered, what they're signing up for, right, what this program is, and also so that they have an opportunity to view the building to which they are being referred, right? So there's a person's choice about the placement. So if there were no, the subjectivity comes in that human conversation.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, according to an MOU effective October 19th, 2021, between DSS, DHS, NYCHA, and the NYPD, the agencies are collaborating on an initiative to address the incidence of unsheltered homeless persons on NYCHA campuses and developments throughout the city. Do you know what the current level of funding is for this program?
We are here today to talk about supportive housing, and that sounds like an area that is outside of our area of supportive housing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you very much. I had to step out, so I hope you didn't discuss this. But first of all, thank you for all your hard work on such an important issue. The one-shots, well, I am really good at getting one-shots. But what's the criteria for those? Is it any different for those who are in supportive housing? Because I do know, and I know people may disagree with me, I have obviously many, many nonprofit friends working in supportive housing. And sometimes somebody doesn't pay the rent, and I call because the tenant calls me, and I say, so help me God, do not throw that person out. But they feel they have to go to court in order to get the person to pay the rent, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And the person does not get kicked out. But one-shots can be helpful. So is there a different role for one-shots as opposed to those that I deal with in other housing? Because it says here that there's a prerequisite. It's not a prerequisite for qualifying for a one-shot deal. So if you could just explain that to me, because they can also often be helpful, the one-shots.
So there is no difference in criteria for one-shot deal eligibility for supportive housing as to any other resident of New York City. And I think you acknowledged, and I'd like to acknowledge that one does not have to have an eviction proceeding to obtain a one-shot deal.
Okay, so that's clear for you as well as for everybody else. Okay.
We are trying to, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
We're trying to get that message out that there is no requirement to have eviction proceedings or a court proceeding to obtain a one-shot deal.
Okay, trying to keep people in their apartments is the bottom line.
That's correct.
Okay, next issue, I am so focused on trying to buy new buildings for supportive housing. So I assume, hopefully some of the migrants, I don't want anybody to move who's a family. I'm crazed on that topic. But I assume that in the next couple of years, there'll be more SROs. I have more SROs on the west side, perhaps than any other area. So what's the process for helping, if a building becomes available, a SRO, how fast can you help that nonprofit buy it so that we have more supportive housing?
Thank you. That's a great question. We are.
I know it's a good question. I want buildings bought.
Yeah. We have some great recent success stories of nonprofits buying SROs.
I know every one of them, but I want about the new ones.
Yeah. We can always do more with more. Generally, the process for HPD's pipeline with acquiring sites is, particularly if it's a nonprofit developer or an MDE.
I don't want the for-profit. I only want the nonprofit.
For nonprofits, they are eligible to access acquisition financing through the New York Acquisition Fund. So that would probably be the first step in seeing if they can secure an acquisition loan to buy a building through that.
Okay, religious institutions, I'm pretty familiar with them one way or the other. What are you doing with them to help them participate in supportive housing? They have land, they have no congregants, et cetera.
Yes.
So that doesn't go to the highest bidder. We don't want that. We want to go to you, nonprofit, and supportive housing. What are you doing? I see some of them in the room here today.
Yes, so we are very, very thankful to our faith-based partners who are making land available for the development of supportive and affordable housing. HPD doesn't play the role of matchmaker between developers and landowners, but we encourage partnership wherever possible. We are happy to work with faith-based organizations and their development partners to structure a deal that makes sense for all the parties involved. And HPD would provide the financing to build the building.
Okay, I'm just saying one suggestion would be to call some of them up and say, we can help you, as opposed to waiting for time to move on. Something to think about. We're desperate. Okay.
Yes, we are actively thinking about ways to provide further technical assistance for faith-based organizations.
You're thinking or you're doing?
We are doing and thinking.
Okay. Next issue, it says here 19 days, I think you said this, to move to the repair for the room, for the unit. But does that mean move in? Like, how long does it take? I'm in a shelter, I'm qualified, how fast? 19 days to repair, it says, but how about actually getting there?
So
I think it takes a little bit longer.
So to clarify, the 19 days was from when a unit is taken offline because a client may have been, so 19 days is pretty fast to get a unit back.
That's for the repairs and everything.
Correct, thank you. From determination to move in fiscal year 24, our most recent quarter, it's taking 132 days. That compares to fiscal year 22, it was 169 days. So we've made a 20% decrease in the last 2 years.
But is that a good number, 132? Sounds like a lot.
132, that includes the client's completion determination. It takes time to make referrals for the viewing appointment. As I described earlier, after the viewing appointment, there's a process where the client has to complete paperwork to move into the unit. So we're striving to get that number down, and we have gotten that number down over the last few years.
Okay, one last, are pets allowed in everywhere, and couples who are not married, is that all part of supportive housing? Dogs, cats, no guinea pigs? Somebody doesn't like them around here. Fish,
That's
turtles?
probably my responsibility. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I'll have to get back to you.
I think the answer is no dogs. That's why I'm concerned.
I'm certain if there's an accommodation.
Unless they're a service dog.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
but
we
I'm
can
just,
get back to you with the answer to that question. Couples, single, adults
married
without
couples.
children
Or
may
not-
live together who are not married.
they're okay. They can come to supportive housing. They
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, I just want to add that if you do have any constituents that have a dog, but they're a veteran and want it to be a support dog, please connect with our office. We have great organizational allies that can help facilitate that for them. Or if they need support dogs, we can help.
Thank you. I think some of my constituents who have this, I don't think you want. Thank you very much. I can handle them, but nobody else wants them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse, followed by Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, chairs. My line of questioning will be about Intro 1153. And just because of Councilmember Hudson's previous question, is anyone on the panel able to speak to the sweeps? Or have familiarity with the programs, any of the ins and outs of how those work?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna let my questions go.
Hi there, thank you for your testimony and for all your time. So I just want to, you can't tell us how DHS determines what areas will be cleaned up, right? And how you coordinate with NYPD for the removal of individuals from an encampment site that is to be cleaned? No one can speak to that?
Again, Councilmember, we're here to talk about supportive housing, and that's not the area of any of us work in.
I understand. I think most of us agree that individuals who are on the street, many of them are in need of supportive housing. And so, you know, all roads lead to stabilized housing. I would say it's the housing insufficiency, particular supportive housing, that is, you know, the root cause of so many issues, including people experiencing homelessness on the street. I'm sure you know that. So let me just ask, what steps are agencies pursuing to increase the amount of justice-involved supportive housing for New Yorkers? And I just want to say particularly access to funding due to definitions of chronic homelessness that actually prevent people from qualifying.
Sure, I think a couple of us will respond to this. I'll start with it. We have people with justice involvement across all of our supportive housing. We released some low barrier admission guidance last year that clarified that criminal background checks are not, permissible as a part of the supportive housing placement process. We also have a subset of our supportive housing units that are justice-involved supportive housing that are focused on people with a high number of city jail and shelter stays. And so there's an open RFP for the JISH program, as it's called, and we have proposals under review right now for that expansion.
If I may, Councilmember Rivera, go back to the street homeless issue. Just some stats from fiscal year 22 to 23. Our referrals of street homeless people for supportive housing increased by 40%, and we placed 354 individuals who were defined as street homeless in housing in fiscal year 23. As to individuals who have criminal justice involvement, I think many of us on this panel are actually right now working with the Corporation for Supportive Housing exactly around this issue and how we can better serve individuals with criminal justice history. I think you're referring to the HUD definition of homeless chronicity, which becomes a barrier for many of these individuals. It's something we're actively discussing.
So that the number 40% for fiscal year 22 to 23, what number is that? And if it's 354 individuals in 1 year, 354 individuals out of what?
I don't have the denominators.
You can get back to me, that would be great.
Okay.
And yeah, it is that definition that has been so limiting and restrictive. So I know you said there's an open RFP. This is something that we struggle with every single year in terms of qualifications and funding. And I think, again, people are awaiting trial at Rikers because they were deemed to not have stable housing to go back to. It is unbelievable. 5,000 people detained pre-trial, many of them because they don't have housing stability. It's just, people are languishing. $1,500 a day, $500,000 a year. It's unbelievable. Okay, so ongoing municipal vacancy rates continue to impact service delivery. And in May 2022, myself and many of my colleagues, we called upon the mayor to fully staff agency teams tasked with securing affordable housing for qualifying New Yorkers. So where do we stand on staffing rates now for agencies responsible for preventing and ending homelessness and making sure that people are getting into supportive housing?
I'll take that first. For the Office of Supportive and Affordable Housing at HRA, we are fully staffed.
Fully staffed at HRA?
For the Office of Affordable and Supportive Housing, not the entire agency, ma'am.
We know that. Okay, and just what language services are I just want to make sure forgive me if this was asked, but the language services, which ones are available for DHS outreach teams in the field? So what language services are DHS outreach teams equipped to provide in the field?
So I'd again have to answer, we're each here representing supportive housing and not the street outreach teams that are part of DHS efforts to engage individuals.
Okay, well, I appreciate your answers. I'm looking forward to the breakdown of some of those numbers, and especially for justice-involved supportive housing, that is really a big priority, I think, for this council, and we look forward to seeing any sort of progress or in addition to the RFP. We look forward to supporting that. Thank you. Thank you to the chairs for the time.
Thank you. Now I have to find it. I have a question to ask on behalf of Councilmember Velasquez. I will paraphrase it since I cannot find it. And this one is for HPD and on our land use side, what are the greatest obstacles that we have to producing supportive housing in terms of in new communities? And in particular, as we consider the budget difficulties in front of us, does the agency have any plans to reduce or walk back any previously announced supportive housing projects?
Thank you for that question. We always want to figure out ways to finance more supportive housing at HPD. It takes a variety of tools to be able to do that. It takes land, it takes financing tools, and it takes your partnership. These are all things we need more of to be able to do more. If it passes, we think the City of Yes zoning text amendments will allow us to build more on the land we have, so we think that will be a great tool. This administration, on the financial side, this administration has made the largest capital commitment to supportive housing in history, and that has allowed us to do a lot and will allow us to do more. But what we really need help with on the capital side and on the expense side is help at the federal level. So the biggest thing that is slowing down our new construction pipeline is the limitations around low-income housing tax credits and volume cap. So any advocacy around our LIHTC allocation, lowering the 50% test to the 25% test, which is related to volume cap, and more resources for rental subsidies would allow us to build more new construction, supportive and affordable housing. And then we also need support from our communities and local elected officials, especially in cases where supportive housing projects are subject to ULURP or require other council discretionary approvals.
And no plans to walk back any existing ULURPs?
No, at this point, we believe we have the resources to meet our supportive housing targets.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. I just want to clarify before we conclude this portion of the hearing that there is no one here to respond to questions regarding Councilmember Nurse's bill, because I mean that the administration was warned ahead of time that this was part of the hearing questions this afternoon.
I would repeat that in my testimony, I provided a statement from HRA that at this point we cannot support this legislation based on the frequency of reporting and the privacy concerns that we have related to it. However, we would be committed to working with council.
Okay. Councilmember Holden, and then we're moving on to public testimony.
Yeah, just a question. HPD is accepting applications for hotel conversions to supportive housing. How many did we get in?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we accept applications for any type of project on a rolling basis, including hotel conversions. We have not had that much interest or inquiries in hotel conversions. We currently have one active hotel conversion.
Only one for the entire city?
Only one.
That's interesting. That's interesting because I would think we'd get a lot more. What about for office buildings, or are you getting some of those?
We do not currently have any office conversion proposals in our pipeline, but again, are open and would be very excited to talk to developers about those conversions.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and Councilmember Ayala will be right back. Just one more from me on the 15,000 units of supportive housing to be produced under NYC 1515. Are we on track?
So just to take a step back again, so the 15,000 unit commitment is half congregate, 7,500 units. Again, congregate are single sites where it's usually a mix of affordable and supportive apartments. And then the other half, the other 7,500 are scattered site. The congregate program has been very successful. We are on track to meet our accelerated goal of financing all 7,500 congregate units by the end of 2028. I'll hand it off to Mike to talk about scattered site.
The scattered site has been more difficult, primarily because, as we've discussed, scattered site relies heavily on the retail rental market here in New York City, and we are having an affordable housing crisis. And so the three agencies sitting at this table are aware of the concerns around our ability to meet the 7,500 scattered site units and are actively discussing that.
And so where are we today?
We're still in discussions regarding that.
Where are we today in terms of the 7,500 unit goal?
1,300 awards, approximately.
1,300. Okay. That is alarming. Okay. Thank you. So, did you want to ask? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you to all of the members of the administration for your participation in today's hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move to public testimony with the following panel: Karim Walker, Roxana Henry, Jennifer Action, Michael Anderson, Sandra Gressel, and Ramon Leclerc. And as a reminder, you all will have 2 minutes to testify, and you can, of course, submit your full written testimony to us afterwards. We have a lot of people registered to testify, so please be mindful of the clock. All right, you may begin when ready.
Thank you for taking time to speak. Thank you for taking the time for your audience. My name is Karim Walker. I am an outreach and organizing specialist with Safety Net Project at Urban Justice Center, and we provide direct. For those who haven't heard of the SMP, we provide direct services to many homeless New Yorkers, from food, shelter, legal advice, legal services, what have you. I'm here today to speak about the city's practice of conducting homeless sweeps and the need for further transparency around the way the city forces street homeless individuals out of the public sight. SMP works with many street homeless clients who have been swept by the city, forced to leave their homes, and had all their personal belongings tossed in the back of a sanitation truck and compacted. We support them to uphold their rights, deal with trauma of sweeps, and to replace their belongings, important documents, and more. For those who aren't familiar with this practice, sweeps are an interagency initiative involving the Department of Homeless Services, Sanitation, NYPD, Parks Department, as well, and on occasion, depending on where the sweeps take place, Department of Transportation, where the city forces street homeless folks to relocate while they throw away all their personal property. The city has performed approximately 5,000 of these sweeps over the past year, so it comes out to about 100 a week across the boroughs. This bill would ensure that the city is aware, that the public is aware of the volume and the frequency of these sweeps. SMP staff, myself included, are often present at sweeps to help prevent the seizure and destruction of our clients' personal belongings, and we've seen firsthand the terrible impact that sweeps have had on people living on the street. We are currently working with clients at an encampment in Manhattan. In fact, you spoke with them earlier this afternoon, who are being swept by the city on a weekly basis without any prior notice, and having had all their property destroyed, including belongings that they need to stay warm and below freezing temperatures. As we all know, it was pretty cold these last couple of nights. This has been incredibly traumatizing for our clients, and we are also working with a wheelbarrow client who is recovering from multiple surgeries and has experienced over 20 sweeps, sometimes without notice, over the past year. Repeated sweeps have slowed their physical recovery and inflicted serious psychological harm as they live in constant fear that the city is going to return and destroy all of their belongings. The city purports to carry out sweeps to connect homeless people with homeless services, including housing. But we know for a fact that sweeps do not facilitate.
I'm just gonna ask you to wrap, just in consideration of everyone's time. Yeah.
Well, that was basically all I had to say, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Henry. I work with Karim at Safety Net Project. Thank you all for inviting us over an opportunity to testify before you today regarding oversight of supportive housing. I am submitting this testimony on behalf of Urban Justice Center and the Safety Net Project. The Urban Justice Center assists thousands of individuals each year with anti-eviction defense, legal service, and public benefits and homeless advocacy with the Department of Homeless Service Agency. As you know, supportive housing is an evidence-based model for housing and a solution for homelessness for people with disabilities that provide permanent housing attached to rental assistance subsidies and paired with supportive services to improve housing stability, including case management. I want to emphasize, especially the psychiatric supports, that it's a lifeline for thousands of New Yorkers with disability languishing in shelters and on the street because of a broken and unfair rental market. The Safety Net Project works with a significant amount of people each year to both apply for and living in supportive housing, and supportive housing is in need of evidence-based intervention. While supportive housing is a needed and evidence-based intervention, it is rife with discriminatory practices of creaming that screens out the most defenseless tenants during the interview process. The supportive services that providers claim to provide are often non-existent, paternalistic, and punitive, resulting in clients having unaddressed apartment repairs and being forced into eviction proceeding. We hear from our clients time and time again that supportive housing is not that supportive. New York City is currently experiencing the worst homelessness crisis since the Great Depression, as we all know. And New York City has exhausted every effort to move homeless people into permanent housing, must exhaust every effort, sorry. And I'll wrap it up one more time, but what I really want to say is that evictions are harmless and traumatic, and for folks who are living in supportive housing to have to go through that process, it's just horrifying. In addition, supportive housing providers must help those folks with the rent arrears, with the housing, with the one-shot deal, and not just tell them to go get a one-shot deal. They need to provide wraparound services for these clients. I also want to add that in a question regarding language for the sweeps, there is no language supports for or translation for people in need when they're going through the sweeps.
Thank you so much.
Hi, is this on? Hi. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Michael Anderson. My pronouns are he and him. I live in North Central Bronx, which is District 11. I've been a member of SHOUT since April of 2021, and I've been a volunteer at NAMI New York City for the last 15 years. I'm submitting my testimony for the record. I will be sharing some key highlights for the council to think about. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and PTSD back in 1997. For 8 or 9 years, I struggled in and out of psych hospitals with suicidal ideation, depression, and mania, all related to bipolar and PTSD. In 2005, I was homeless and was hospitalized in a psychiatric ward. I ended up staying for 3 months, and they released me to supportive housing, to the agency that I've been with since 2005. They released me to a roommate situation in scatter site housing. I had 2 roommates and my own room. There was a lot that was wrong with the situation. I didn't have a lock on my door. Of my 2 roommates, one would put food under the bed and another would leave food out. There were roaches everywhere. I couldn't eat in the kitchen because of it. Social workers were good at coming 3 times a week to count my meds, but apart from that, they never did anything about my roommates. I had to live for 2 years with those roaches. I was eating at Burger King every night. It was hard to live in these conditions, but it did make me want to graduate much faster. 15 years ago, I did graduate to my own 1-bedroom in the Bronx. It is a slumlord situation. We've had great caseworkers, but they keep trying to get repairs done from the landlord and management company, and it's like pulling teeth. I've had water leaks and part of the ceiling cave in, and when the super does actually do repairs, he is often dismissive. I don't feel like it's 100% my home, and even though I do believe it's permanent supportive housing, there are rules. I've always gotten the feeling that I can't really entertain or have people stay over because the provider stresses strongly that we want to make sure you're not harboring people. Those are just some of the examples from my experience. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Sandra Gressel, but I'm reading testimony today on behalf of Ms. Antoinette Lane, who is a member of SHOUT, the Supportive Housing Organized and United Tenants. Transparency. Hire qualified staff. Staff should not bring their personal feelings to work. Hire qualified people. No accountability within the supportive housing system. The case managers, project managers, directors of these housing programs do not have the adequate training to hold these various positions. Unfortunately, the professionals in these positions have been promoted from within the agency they currently work within and lack the training and experience to have the direct contact with the clients they are supposedly providing the services to. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Ramon Leclerc. He, him, his pronouns. I'm a SHOUT ally and a representative of New Alternatives for Homeless LGBTQ Youth. At one point, I was a supportive housing applicant 13 years ago when I aged out of foster care. There needs to be an improvement, a overhaul of the process for people aging out of foster care. Because right now, as it stands, if your only method of approval is aging out of foster care, it expires at the age of 24. And if you have no other underlying conditions, you are evicted from your supportive housing apartment at the age of 24, and you're jumping from institution to institution, from foster care to supportive housing, then into the shelter system. What is the point? There was a lot spoken about today of permanent supportive housing. There is no permanent supportive housing for people aging out of foster care. Think about it. You get 3 years. Then what? And also, I want to move on to the safety in supportive housing buildings. A few years ago at New Alternatives, we had a young person murdered by an older person in the lobby with no effort of anyone to intervene in a situation that could have been avoidable. So the supportive housing system needs a total overhaul, and there were so many falsehoods I heard in the administration's testimony that I don't have time to get into right now.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Ekchin, and I'm a staff attorney at Take Root Justice. I'm also an ally and supporter of the Supportive Housing Organizing United Tenants, or SHOUT. I first want to thank Deputy Speaker Ayala, and Aminta and David for organizing this hearing today. I will just say it's a radically different tone than the past oversight hearings, and we think that's so important and a first step towards this overhaul of supportive housing that Ramon is referencing. All I can say is that by listening to and believing the stories of the tenants that you're hearing today, that's the way that we're going to see this change happen, and so thank you for taking that first step. I have submitted written testimony, and I do hope that the committee reviews it. I want to affirm the experiences of the tenants that have spoken today, and as a tenant advocate, I just need to say it once for the record, supportive housing tenants are tenants, and in spite of the efforts by providers and agencies to convince them otherwise, by law and in practice, if someone is paying rent for their own home, they're entitled to every right of every other tenant in New York City. There is no reason why someone's psychological or medical diagnosis should prevent them from having access to the same rights and privileges as any other tenant, including the peaceful use and enjoyment of their home. That's not happening today. Okay, and to that point, I would like to read the testimony of an anonymous tenant. I know DOHMH referenced earlier that they don't know if they have a policy on retaliation. This tenant didn't feel comfortable testifying today because of a credible fear of retaliation. I think you'll glean it from the testimony. And so this is not an illusion. This is really happening and needs to be addressed. So City Council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this statement. I have been a supported housing tenant for more than a decade. During that time, I have had many different housing caseworkers due to the high turnover rate of my housing provider. Do I have permission to continue? The last 6 years have been the most difficult of my life. I have always had strained relations with my provider. 6 years ago, my provider inspected my apartment and decided that the floor was in bad condition and that they would have to notify the landlord. Subsequently, I was called down to the main office and forced to sign a letter stating that I was financially responsible. It was inferred that if I did not sign, my housing stipend would be stopped, essentially meaning that I would end up being homeless. From that point on, I started on a downward spiral emotionally and experienced stress-related health issues. I started looking into what rights I had. A complicated grievance process and ambiguous guidelines left me few options. I called the local state office of mental health, OMH, and complained about my provider's convoluted grievance process. The response I got, and I'm paraphrasing, was, "That's the way we want it." I obtained a copy of the supported housing guidelines and found these to be very ambiguous on the subject of a tenant being terminated from a supportive housing program. And so just to conclude, we heard a lot today from DOHMH about the guidelines that they have for their providers. There were repeated references. We have guidelines, we provide training, but guidelines aren't enough. And particularly when those guidelines are ambiguous, we're leaving tenants out to dry. We need regulations, we need policies, we need uniform requirements. Otherwise, the discretion is going to allow for further abuse and further harassment of the tenants in supported housing programs. Thank you.
Thank you to this entire panel for your testimony. We're now going to move to a virtual panel, and this panel will be comprised of Nicole McVinua, Olivia Lazan, or Lazan, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, and James Dill. Over now to Nicole McVinua. Just requesting that staff please unmute Nicole.
Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Nicole McVinue, and I am the Director of Policy at Urban Pathways. We are a nonprofit homeless services and supportive housing provider serving over 2,000 single adults annually through a full continuum of services, with 703 of these individuals residing in congregate and scattered site supportive housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I also just wanted to thank the folks with lived experience who have testified so far. We are trying really hard at Urban Pathways to be responsive to our tenants. And so I appreciate you all sharing your stories of your experiences in supportive housing as well. I wanted to start by saying that we are deeply concerned about the mayor's 15% PEG and the disastrous impact that the remaining 10% cut will have on supportive housing, homeless services, and the myriad of nonprofit human services and social programming that the people we serve in our communities rely on at a time when housing and community services are needed more than ever. I want to be very clear that nonprofit organizations cannot do the same amount of work with less funding. If 10% cuts are passed down to city contracted nonprofit providers, Urban Pathways will be forced to reduce services, resulting in serving fewer people and possibly closing a program altogether. Well before budget cuts, the city has long paid poverty wages to the contracted human services workforce that are nearly 30% less than government employees' salaries for equivalent work. Years of this type of underinvestment has created the current crisis of understaffing being faced by providers that is putting workers and the people we serve at risk. At Urban Pathways, we currently have a 22% staff vacancy rate across the organization, and we also have high rates of turnover. And these are the two things that I repeatedly hear from our supportive housing residents whose services are negatively impacted by
Time
this
has
turnover when they
expired.
have to reshare their often traumatic stories with multiple case managers. They have new staff coming in that have to get caught up with their cases. And the dedicated staff that we retain are suffering from burnout and are overburdened. So the lack of meaningful wages and no true cost of living adjustments over multiple years has been demoralizing to our workforce who are providing 24/7 care to people most in need. Meanwhile, multi-billion-dollar cost of living investments are made in other sectors. So we're calling on the city to pay our workforce fairly so that they can provide the services that that people need. And we're calling for a 3.2% COLA in the FY25 budget, and also for the city to make a public commitment of funding at least a 3% COLA over the next 3 years. We are also, in need of increased supports to effectively meet the evolving needs of the people that we serve through increased on-site clinical supports, better communication between the hospital system and supportive housing providers, improved referral and placement processes to ensure that prospective tenants are matched with the correct level of care and preferred locations, and allowing and enabling transfers between supportive housing and level 2 housing as needed. And I have more details in my written testimony on those.
Thank you.
Additionally, we're calling on the city to improve access to supportive housing for people exiting incarceration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. Over now to James Dill for testimony. And James, just if you can wait a few seconds for staff to unmute you.
Okay, I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We provide permanent supportive housing. We are a member of the Supportive Housing Network in New York and fully support all of the network's advocacy points for this hearing. We will provide written testimony to supplement the network's testimony. In my limited time here today, we strongly advise against the PEG budget cuts to our funding agencies, HRA, DOMH, and HPD. The proposed cuts will not produce cost savings, but actually increase costs by substituting predictable permanent supportive housing costs with the volatile service costs such as EMS, hospitalizations, police interventions, and jail time that the unsheltered absorb. Recent studies by the by the Corporation for Supportive Housing show that an unsheltered single adult absorbs approximately $40,000 annually in such city resources. Past austerities have also produced unintended cost increases. In winter of 2022, the pandemic beleaguered an underfunded HRA housing placement process slowed down, creating an unprecedented 10% average vacancy rate in the citywide permanent supportive housing. In our written testimony, we attempt to ballpark the opportunity costs of these kinds of slowdowns that could amount to millions of dollars in terms of shelter stayers not being able to move into permanent supportive housing and people on the street not being able to move into the shelters. So to truly produce savings, the underfunded budgets for HRA, DOMH, and HPD should be increased to avoid ultimately unnecessary spending. I thank you for your time today and invite anybody on the committee to visit one of our projects.
Thank you, James, for your testimony, and thank you to this panel entirely for your testimony. We're now going to move to an in-person panel comprised of the following individuals: Olivia Lazan, Theodora Vanelli, Trish Taylor, Terry Holt, Tamar Levy, and Christopher Lugiero. And I believe Rowan will be testifying on behalf of Theodora. You can begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Trish Taylor, and I'm a member of SHOUT. I lived in supportive housing in New York City for 17 years. I joined SHOUT because I want to help change the conditions of supportive housing. My peers and I experienced uncaring and abusive behavior from provider staff. Based on my experience, supportive housing does not live up to the name supportive. I lived in congregate level 2 supportive housing. We were called clients and not tenants. And we did not have a lease. We had an occupancy agreement. An occupancy agreement does not grant the legal protections of a lease. At one point, my provider told me that they had to be my payee. I was not given a choice, and neither were the other tenants. I later found out that this was illegal. In order to access our money, we had to go through a degrading process, and we were at the mercy of the program director and caseworkers. The provider did not respect my privacy. The staff would enter our rooms unannounced. There was not a chain on the door, so nothing could prevent them from violating our privacy. Locked mailboxes were not provided. The staff handled our mail, and it was kept behind the front desk. Staff would also discuss the personal business of the tenants in common areas of the building. When the provider was getting ready for an audit, the program director and my caseworker entered my room with large garbage bags. They threw out most of my belongings. I was in shock and I felt powerless. This also happened to 4 other women. If they thought that my room was cluttered, why didn't they offer to help me? They conducted monthly room inspections. Medication distribution was often handled in an unprofessional manner. Many times the med room and cart were left unattended and unlocked, and the staff did not always check off the med chart. One day, 5 or 6 of my friends were discussing our psychiatrist and our meds. We realized we were all being given the same med at the same dose. It made me wonder if they were not conducting a research project without our consent. SHOUT has been organizing around the issues I named in addition to many others for over 2 years, and yet agencies like DOH-MH have been ignoring us. In April, SHOUT attended a conference. I handed SHOUT's demands to the head of DOH-MH. We were promised that they would meet with us. This was in April, and now it is December. I would like to know, why are they not willing to meet with SHOUT? Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Tamar Levy. I'm a dual board-certified psychiatrist. I've trained and worked in New York City's public system for 14 years. I have visited numerous people who are living or have sought to live in supportive housing sites. I've been at congregate living facilities, scatter-site apartments, everything in between, including shelters in the street during my work. Shout's safe campaign demands, which you've all seen, are an excellent guide that will help the system better reach its stated objectives from the website that I won't read. The chronic lack of attention paid to tenants' concerns has led to re-traumatization, undue suffering, direct harm, and significantly reduced quality of life, and I wholeheartedly support every aspect of the proposals. Today, I want to bring attention to the first demand: stop discriminating against supportive housing applicants on the basis of disability. It was mentioned earlier. Supportive housing is not made accessible to all those who need it. It's a systemic issue and it must be addressed. Many steps in the application process are cumbersome and opaque, and they contribute to a loss of agency on the part of the person seeking services, and to myself as a psychiatrist who's tasked with producing the psychiatric evaluation, which is part of the 2010E application form, which was, I think, obscured a little bit in some of the discussions here, but it's basically a bottleneck for a lot of people to get into supportive housing. There are unspoken expectations in place about how to present the applicant in the proper light. I think of this as the Goldilocks dilemma. Will their needs be interpreted by the facility as too much, too little, or just enough? How is it decided who is accepted or rejected? What undue influence do the in-person interviews and the apartment tours have? Are there code words being used to convey certain types of information to the housing provider? I often fear speaking frankly about my patients' needs because of these unspoken rules. Reports are therefore produced that serve the agency's need instead of the patient's needs, and it creates a tiered system of care. Full transparency and accountability are required. People should be able to present themselves fully, knowing they will not only have the dignity of being housed, but the dignity of receiving needed care and support. As such, I call for an overhaul of the supportive housing application process. Patients, people, applicants should not have to misrepresent their level of disability to avoid homelessness. Let's hope that we can plan for a place where people in need of robust and supportive housing will have a place to call home. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rowan Shumlin, and I'm a social work intern with Mobilization for Justice. But today I'm reading the testimony of Theodora Ranelli, who was unable to be here in person today. My name is Theodora Ranelli. I've been a supportive housing tenant for almost 9 years in scatter site housing and have been part of Shout since the organization came together. I used to live with roommates but currently live on my own, a change that came after a long period of advocacy to get my provider to honor a reasonable accommodation. The takeaways I would like council members to have are this. First, there are many barriers to access in the application process. I first got into supportive housing in 2015 after starting looking in 2012 or 2013. For my first interview, I was told by my care coordinator to think of it like a job interview. So I said, okay, I'll talk about being independent. But then they told me they couldn't give me housing because in the interview they asked if I was suicidal, and I said no. But in my history, there was a mention of a history with suicide. And so they said, you lied, we will give you a chance to do it again, but you have to not lie. It was terrible. It's so hard to know what you're supposed to say to these people. If they say you're too mentally ill, they won't give you housing. And if they say you're too independent, they also won't give you housing. Second, the supportive services offered by my provider have been both insufficient and invasive. I did have a positive experience with one staff member for 7 years, which was rare, but after he left, we went through 3 case managers in 1 year. They would come for like 10 minutes and said that they would be following up about things, but would always come back to it on my next visit, and I would have to just repeat myself. It felt like they were just seeing if we were alive. Some of my worst experiences with supportive housing had to do with neglect on the landlord and super's part. My provider would just say, the landlord is terrible, but you should be grateful for having something, and they didn't do much to engage the landlord, like put on pressure or withhold rent. We also faced harassment from the landlord. At one point, someone on my floor called 311, and even though we didn't do it, the landlord called my roommate and I and said, we'll put you through hell if you continue to call. May I have permission to briefly finish? Okay. In Theodora's written testimony, she also describes difficult experiences with roommates in supportive housing and having an active reasonable accommodation that the provider did not escalate. So I'd encourage you to look at the full written testimony. In conclusion, the best thing about being a supportive housing tenant was that despite everything, I felt glad that I was in stable housing. But on the other hand, supportive housing should not be gatekept. Everyone needs housing. The application process should be more transparent. Everyone should be able to live alone. I want to voice support for Shout's safe campaign demands, which make a fundamental difference in all supportive housing tenants and applicants' lives.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chairs Holden, Lee, Sanchez, and the honorable members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Olivia Lazan, and I'm the project coordinator of the Veterans Assistance Project at the City Bar Justice Center, which is a nonprofit civil legal aid affiliate of the New York City Bar Association. So our project provides veterans living at or below the poverty line in New York City with pro bono legal assistance on issues related to their veterans benefits. So throughout my time at the Veterans Assistance Project, I've spoken to countless veterans, many of whom are living with post-traumatic stress disorder and other conditions while experiencing housing instability. And for many that our project assists, housing stability is directly tied to a lack of mental health support for veterans. One young veteran we assisted emerged from the Army with a broken back, pelvis, schizophrenia, and no potential for veterans benefits or support. And he experienced months of homelessness while living in a dissociative state and was denied therapy. Under the Adams administration, there's been a huge increase in subway arrests and summonses, with both figures increasing by around 50% in 2022, and again by over 50% this year just so far. And last month, the mayor said that the city had, on average, involuntarily hospitalized 137 people a week since May. Without more specific information, it was unclear how many of them were experiencing homelessness, how many of them were veterans, and careful documentation of removals, as suggested in Intro 1153, would increase the ability of city agencies and advocates to make sure that no one experiencing homelessness falls through the cracks. Intro 1153 should also help support the decision-making process for future policy, which is especially important given these increased levels of police engagements and removals. But veterans experiencing homelessness have unique circumstances that should be specifically addressed. Without determining if someone is a veteran when making a removal, they may not be offered the correct resources or benefits. According to the type of outcomes report that the bill would ensure, a result could be to state that the individual had received a voucher, but more specific language or procedure regarding offering housing vouchers may also be helpful, particularly for veterans who would need to be made aware of specific programs such as HUD-VASH. This could also be an opportunity to track if any veteran-specific mental health resources or other resources were processed. So Intro 1153 is a positive step towards increased transparency for New Yorkers, but we also owe it to our veterans to consider them particularly. So thank you for your time. And please refer to the written testimony for more details.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that Terry Holt and Christopher Luggiero are not here. All right. You were to be on this panel, so yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Terry Holt. I'm currently homeless, living on the streets and in the subways of your New York City subway system. I live in the Bryant Park train station on 42nd Street in Times Square, and I have been a resident of that train station for about 3 years. Meanwhile, your Breaking Ground organization, your BRC organization, has promised me an apartment. I have never gotten keys to an apartment. And I've tried to work closely with BRC and Breaking Ground, and they keep dangling keys saying, oh, you're going to get an apartment someday, you're going to get an apartment someday, and I never get an apartment. And I'm just sitting and wondering why I'm the one that fell through the cracks, and I'm wondering if any of you city council people can make calls to Breaking Ground on my behalf to have them give me keys to an apartment so I don't have to spend the next winter on your sidewalks. Please help me, city council. And basically, and I have friends that are homeless on these streets that are suffering the same thing. Your breaking ground keeps promising them apartments, and people are losing hope out there, and it's getting cold. And you guys gave the migrants a whole hotel. What about us Americans?
Do you have an application pending before Breaking Ground or?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And those people keep playing games by saying, oh, you got to be here at this time, you got to be here at that time. They keep saying, oh, you got a social worker. We're not going to work with you if you're working with a social worker. And so these people are trying to intimidate me and trying to bully me and find reasons to keep me homeless and my friends homeless. And we're just wondering when this is going to stop. You guys need to start giving out keys to homeless people instead of saying, oh, you got to go to a shelter and spend 6 months in a shelter, and oh, you got to go here and go to this organization. But if you're working with this organization that actually has the apartments is not going to work with you because you're working with that organization. And we're just caught in a David and Goliath system. Please help me and conquer Goliath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel for your testimony. We're now going to move to the next panel. The next panel is going to be comprised of Herbert Sweat, Rabah Belkabir, Abdel Jamila, Jenny Laurie, and Yarmila Lebron.
Good afternoon. My name is Herbert Sweat. I'm a veteran of the Vietnam War. I'm also a veteran service officer. I'm also a coordinator in Manhattan Veterans Court.
Do you not want to sit? You can sit.
I want to stand today in honor. I didn't say that in the beginning. I want to stand today and give my 10 seconds to a prayer and the gratitude of today's honor, which is Pearl Harbor Day. Today is an honorable day, and I'm glad I came here. And I thank you, Chairperson, and also all the other honorable people that are serving on this committee. I heard you speak, Chairman, and you spoke in our defense. Our defense as a soldier is very, very important to the United States of America, but we seem to always come in late. We seem to always have to dig deeper and deeper for you to care for us in the respect of how we come home. We come home with a lot of pain, wounds, and misunderstandings about where we stand. I want to thank you, though, for having this hearing. I learned a lot today. I'm going to take it back to the courts because the veterans need, when they leave there, to be able to have somewhere to go. It's very difficult for them to get it. And it's also our citizens here. I want to thank you for sitting this time, and I salute all of you. And I will fight for you at any time for the rest of my life. I served in Vietnam in the Tek Offense in 1967. I didn't think I was coming home, but you brought me home, and I appreciate that. I just want you all to work very hard on understanding the veterans' point here. We've served this country. If no one else deserves to have decent housing or decent care, I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and I've been to long-term hospitals. So we have beautiful long-term hospitals. But what's happening is uncontrollable for me to even dream when I sit in court and listen to these veterans that are looking for not even a little room somewhere, but they serve and they deserve this. That should be a law. You can't let a veteran sit in a place that he's homeless, out in the street. Yes, I spoke, Chairman, that I understand what happened on the Borden Avenue. I was there when the first man died. I revived him 3 times before an ambulance got there. 3 times. The police took me to 23rd Street. They put me on the 17th floor, which was the psych ward. And I stayed there for half a year before they released me. But then I came out to assist these veterans. Veterans need your assistance. We can't do it no more once we done did a war. So please, board, committee people, leaders that you are to me now, take care of us. Think of what you heard today. Identify with people that sat here and explained to you the best they could, but they can't break down this housing project because New York is so big and it's a giant. But you got that power. Like I heard a few of you speak to them with that power. So I don't want to take up nobody else's time. I want to salute you and let you know, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just want to confirm that Rabah Belkabir, Abdel Jamila, Jenny Laurie, and Yarmila Lebron are not here. All right, then we're going to move to our next panel. Our next panel is going to be comprised of Denise Mills, Lorena Novashnak, Joelle Balan-Schwan, Sia Hegde, Sean Ramdani, Elizabeth Malky, and you can begin when ready.
Hi, thank you. I'm reading this testimony on behalf of Elizabeth, who had to leave at 3 for a medical appointment. We know you guys really well. We know that you know Vocal and the work that Vocal does. Vocal New York has long said that supportive housing is one of the most critical resources we have to save and uplift people from the dangers of an undignified position of homelessness. Members of our organization who are able to gain a permanent place to live and receive high quality services through supportive housing have had dramatic changes to their lives for the better. And their stories really are proof that supportive housing is a worthy investment because it allows some of the most talented and capable New Yorkers to contribute their full selves to their communities. In recent years, however, we have seen disturbing reports from our members about the current state of supportive housing programs around our city and state. We have lost leaders to overdose despite the fact that the supportive housing units they lived in were supposed to include access to services to prevent exactly this tragedy. We have watched as providers reject applications from people who have clear need for support services while filling units with individuals and families who simply have the need for affordable homes and have nowhere else to turn. It is critical that we work to address these flaws in our supportive housing system. The expansion of supportive housing we saw in 2015 is one of the most significant victories in the fight to end homelessness in our city in recent memory, and even the international community recognizes New York's supportive housing program as one of the most robust investments in a housing-first model by a municipality of our size. Given these things, we have a duty to fund and regulate supportive housing so that it lives up to this promise. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip reading out all of the demands, but I do strongly uplift and encourage you to read the demands that Shout has listed out in testimony earlier today and is in the paper copy that we distributed earlier. And in my last 15 seconds, I would also just want to say that we strongly support Intro 1153, which would provide meaningful data on the practice of so-called encampment sweeps and what their outcomes are. You know, we saw a few months ago when the Adams administration started this on the subway, a really embarrassingly low number of people being placed, and we think that, you know, it's imperative we understand the full cost of these sweeps, both on the human level and the fiscal level to our city. Thank you.
Good evening, Deputy Speaker Ayala and all those council members who were kind enough to stay for this marathon hearing. My name is Sia Hegde, and I'm a human rights lawyer at the National Homelessness Law Center, a law and policy organization working to decriminalize and end homelessness while defending human rights and civil liberties. My testimony in support of Intro 1153 also amplifies our position that the forced removal of unsheltered individuals from encampments is unlawful, punitive, and inhumane. The council must implement proposals that shift away from encampment raids and towards compassionate, evidence-based housing first solutions to solve our city's homelessness crisis. And this recommendation, I must note, is supported by the United Nations Human Rights Committee's recent statement calling for the abolition of laws and policies criminalizing homelessness at all levels. Recent years have seen the rise of citywide policies that criminalize the poor and unhoused, inviting more law enforcement intervention and moving unsheltered homeless people off the streets rather than into adequate housing. The 2022 Sweeps Directive authorized the NYPD to crack down on encampments and public spaces deemed not fit or not meant for human habitation. 12 days in, 239 locations were removed. 5.5 months in, this number had increased nearly tenfold to 2,331 locations. Yet as of January 2023, only 3 people secured permanent housing, and as of April 2023, an estimated 1 in every 3 encampment locations were reshuffled. Simply put, these sweeps neither end homelessness nor meaningfully reduce encampments. Instead, they are violent, intrusive, destabilizing events that further trap unsheltered homeless people in vicious cycles of poverty, expose them to race, gender, and health-based discrimination, impede their ability to access vital documents, employment, essential medical services, I can go on, stable education, and they put them at risk of more policing and more contact with the criminal legal system. Sweeps also erode trust and rapport between homeless people and the entities tasked with ensuring them a safety net, causing many of them to stay outside longer. If I may have it just a few more seconds. Intro 1153 would be a critical accountability measure to ensure that the public knows where its taxpayer dollars are going. But on its own, it is wholly insufficient in capturing the long-term financial impacts of criminalizing and policing homeless people. The NYPD's budget for 2023 exceeded $5.8 billion, while the city has expended additional costs, as we heard, in warehousing homeless people in inadequate shelter, detention, and forced treatment facilities. This is fiscally irresponsible. A housing-first approach, permanent supportive housing, and wraparound services would be a proven cost-saving measure estimated at $68 a day. Our solution to homelessness must be rooted not in enhanced police budgeting and police presence, but in ensuring that everyone has access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. Thank you again for the opportunity, and welcome all questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lorena Novotnik. I'm a senior attorney with Mental Hygiene Legal Service in the Appellate Division First Department. I've submitted written testimony, which is going to include much more detail than I provide today in this hearing. But I'm here in a personal capacity. I'm not representing the agency, but the work that we do, if you're unfamiliar, is we, among other things, represent individuals who are inpatient in psychiatric hospitals, whether they're voluntarily or involuntarily. And what we're seeing on the ground is a really extraordinary lack of oversight and a really inappropriate intrusion on patient care by supportive housing providers. We're seeing patients who have been declared ready for discharge by their clinical team, and the supportive housing providers who have no clinical training are coming in and saying, you're not ready to come home. Which is, per the city council's, the supportive housing tenants bill of rights, supportive housing tenants are tenants. So it's completely inappropriate for any landlord to come in and say, you can't come home. But we're seeing in some extreme cases, patients, clients who are discharged from the hospital, they go home and their providers won't let them in the building. We've had entry-level testimony of the barriers to getting into housing, but once you're in housing, where's the oversight in keeping you housed? And so I would invite further question and further oversight into, and you can look to other models of where Mental Hygiene Legal Service does provide representation. We're a state agency. I understand you don't have, the authority to make us the representatives for these supportive housing tenants in particular, but we have oversight over residents who are in licensed facilities for the Office of People with Developmental Disabilities. And there's a really significant body of regulation in that instance where if we have a client who's an opioid consumer and their residence is saying you can't come home, there's a whole process that we are there to provide representation for. There's notice, opportunity for a hearing, there's due process, and that simply does not exist for our patient clients who are residents in supportive housing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chair, and all the members of the committee. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify before you. My name is Sean Ramdani. I'm the Program Director of Borden Avenue Veterans Residence. The Institute for Community Living, ICL, where I work, has the city's largest providers of housing, behavioral, and mental health services, supporting about 12,000 New Yorkers each year, including veterans. Many of our participants are facing the most significant challenges. We pride ourselves on our whole health approach, which considers everything a person needs to be well. To that end, I want to note that it's wonderful to see the first district by related committees here today. Our interventions alone, be it housing or counseling or medication, will not help people overcome the significant obstacle they face by getting better. We must work together to address all of the person's basic needs. A big one, of course, is housing, and the case of people with the most significant histories of trauma and supportive housing has proven to be extraordinarily successful model. Several supportive housing programs have units designed for veterans, including our Nevin Street apartment, which we have placed 18 veterans last year. Nevins is the epitome of housing and healthcare and best practice model for replication. Residents get a beautiful arrangement and support with health, employment, education, nutrition, socialization, and all other needs. Overall, we placed over 100 veterans a year in permanent housing, including in rental apartment using housing vouchers such as CityFEB's HUD-VASH Section 8 for veterans. Many of these vets come through the Borden Avenue shelter, the only shelter in the city for veterans. I'd like to pause and thank Councilmember Holden for the continued investment in the Borden Avenue and Veterans Shelter. Despite the successes, there have been challenges with the scattered site model of supportive housing, in part specifically for our city supportive housing program funded by DOHMH. I will submit further application for this.
Hello, my name is Joelle Balamschwan. I'm with the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We're a membership and advocacy organization representing the developers and operators of supportive housing. We join nonprofits across the board in urging the council to oppose Mayor Adams' hiring freeze and the remaining 10% of the 15% PEGs. These cuts will have disastrous impacts on the city's supportive housing system and the already strained agencies charged with overseeing mental health and housing programs and projects. HPD, DHS, HRA, DOB, DCP, and DOHMH must be insulated from PEGs. The city must also keep the promise of its NYC 1515 initiative and reallocate the thousands of currently unawarded units. NYC 1515 was a promise to create 15,000 units of supportive housing over 15 years, and it envisioned an even split between new development of congregate and scattered site. Due to many difficulties with the scattered site model, including underfunding and low-quality apartments, 8 years into the plan, and only 17% of scattered site contracts have been awarded versus 80% of congregate, leaving 6,220 unawarded units untapped for homeless households. The infrastructure of first-generation supportive housing is also crumbling and in dire need of preservation. For the city to see NYC 1515 through while ensuring we don't lose a single existing unit, it should adopt the network's reallocation plan and reallocate a majority of the unawarded scattered site units into more congregate supportive housing, preservation of first-generation supportive housing, and affordable housing overlay units, prioritizing congregate depending on the fiscal opportunity of the city. It should launch a new supportive housing preservation program and enhance and align all service and operating rates. Additionally, post-pandemic, with the crises in mental health and proliferation of more addictive and deadly drugs, overstretched staffed and underfunded models, our community has been pushed to the brink. We urge the city to work to address unmet service needs in supportive housing and invest in the workforce and just pay our staff and fund an annual COLA. We also call on the city to expand supportive housing opportunities for those leaving jail and prison by improving the Justice-Involved Supportive Housing Program, JISH, and revising the definition of chronic homelessness to allow stays in jail or prison over 90 days to count as homeless time to account for those currently left out of NYC 1515 eligibility. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Yes. I think it's still on, right? Okay. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I welcome all questions. I'm a resident of a supportive housing building in Manhattan. The landlord is breaking ground and the support services is CUCS. My experience in supportive housing has been terrifying, triggering, and traumatic. The building director, Lauren Brogdon, assistant director, Rusmina Radoncic, and director, Jeremiah Holbert, from CUCS have utilized terror tactics, intimidation, and bullying tactics. Breaking Ground CUCS continued to violate a court order stipulation of settlement by initiating unnoticed inspections. Breaking Ground continues to illegally access my apartment. Just yesterday afternoon, someone attempted to key into my apartment. Had I not had something in front of the door, they would have keyed in. I had to call the police and make a report. I have filed 3 police reports to date. It still hasn't stopped. Shortly after the judge issued a court order stipulation of settlement, management accessed my apartment, stole court documents, and personal belongings. Personal belongings continue to go missing. All of this is retaliation because I've reported rent fraud, repairs, unnoticed inspections, illegal entry, annual recertification fraud, and fraudulent lease renewal practices. I humbly ask the committee for these things. Please open an investigation into Breaking Ground and CUCS's managerial practices. We'll require Breaking Ground and CUCS to put all inspection notices in writing. I ask for the immediate termination of Lauren Brogdon, Rismina Radoncic, and Jeremiah Holbert. Thus far, submitting complaints to DOHMH, HPD, 311, and all other city agencies has done nothing. It only intensifies the harassment. Please hold city agencies accountable for creating a solid grievance process. Take harassment and complaints. Take harassment and retaliation complaints seriously and penalize repeat offenders. I'm so sorry, just 2 seconds. I wanted to just mention, because you all were mentioning some of the Bill of Rights. For my lease renewal this time around, there were several issues. One of those issues was that I got, of the Bill of Rights is essentially 5 pages, I believe. My lease renewal came with page 5, which is just a signature page. There was no page 1 through 4. So there continues to be always issues I have to go around and report. It takes me months. And for example, for the annual recertification, Lauren Brogdon provided misinformation on the monitoring agency. She said that HPD, HUD, and HDC were the monitoring agencies. However, I went to each of those agencies and they told me they had nothing to do with my annual recertification process. So it took me months to find out who was actually involved. In fact, when I say months, actually for this, it's actually been a year. And they are quick to threaten legal action, even when they don't provide all the information or the documentation they're required to provide. I am tired of reporting harassment and it going unheard. I greatly would appreciate your help to making it stop. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel for your testimony. Now I'm going to move to the next panel. The next panel will be comprised of Will Watts, Aaron Horth, Richard Deegan, Andrew, and an anonymous tenant who completed a witness slip. Okay, the anonymous tenant has already been represented. And you can begin when ready.
First, how's that thing turn on? Go on? Is it on? Thank you. I wanted to say thank you to my whistleblower. He was from Common Ground. He was high up. And he said, all the things you're saying now about Common Ground, even worse. So nothing's changed with Common Ground. They just changed their name. The tactics are the same. And I just wanted to say, all these things that people have testimony on, I've gone through. So all of it is true. Common Ground is the worst. They just changed the name, but here's what they did to me. They threw me out and then put no place for me to go and made me homeless. Here's what was going on. I had drug dealers calling me on the house phone, trying to break into my door, asked me if I wanted my drugs. When I went down from the building to the elevators, I said, a drug dealer just asked me if I wanted to buy drugs. The security said, we didn't see anything. They are in on it too. And part of the problem that we were trying to say is they put someone in my apartment and he just was there. I was like, who has a key to my apartment? They do. I didn't give them permission. I have a lease, supposedly. So these are the common things that go through these non-for-profits, which really are for profit. The board of the Committee on Common Ground are the Rockefellers. I have it right here. A giant real estate company, and a lot of these non-for-profits make a lot of money. Not just the name they use, which is BS. They make a lot of money. I don't know about the people here. I'm sure they're not like that, but Common Ground, these connected giants in the industry, they make a lot of money, but they probably can hide it very well. And then the last thing I want to say is, as a vet, a brother of a vet, the father of a vet, my brother was a hippie. He died of AIDS and heroin addiction because all they do is give you methadone. Can I finish? And what my biggest upsetment is, and still is today, I'm an activist. I'm going to a Palestinian protest after this. I was a squatter in the 80s. And instead of letting me stay in the apartment we fixed up, in the building we fixed up, they threw us out to put people that are already poor in there. So I've been through the whole spectrum: squatter rights, squatter stuff, veteran stuff. And not all veterans are like rah-rah American the flag. My brother was a hippie. I asked him, are you really happy you went to Vietnam? He said, I never should have gone. He said he hated Vietnam. He never should have gone. And I said, that's a different viewpoint of what I've heard here. I do not volunteer. I would never volunteer for this military. I would only volunteer for myself, my rights. That's the only thing I'll volunteer for. I'd like to concur that the problem is, and like these people said, we have no rights because we don't have any money. So they have us like cornered in a trap because they know we don't have any money. And I was going to hire a lawyer to fight Common Ground, but I couldn't do it because they had a lawyer. So that's what we're trying to say. That if you don't take away the power of these non-for-profits, and they can do whatever they want, they will do whatever they want. And they will continue forever. So thank you, and please, you really have to look into the funding and take some of the funding away. And even some of the people here could probably run a building better. And I have the document that said, Common Ground, they got the building for $10. This is their document. I can run a building for $10. These tax breaks, these gimmicks they get, has to stop. Why do they get a break like that? What have they done? They testified in this hearing that Common Ground are criminals. Only because of a whistleblower told me about Shout, and I thank Shout for telling me about this hearing. So please, you need to fund Common Ground, I don't care what its name is now, and be defunded, and they should go to jail. All those people in Common Ground should go to jail immediately, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. My name is Aaron Horth. I'm an attorney with Legal Services NYC, which is the country's largest civil legal services organization. We represent low-income New Yorkers, many of whom are supportive housing tenants. I'm personally an attorney in the LGBTQ and HIV advocacy unit at Brooklyn Legal Services. We represent members of the LGBT community and people living with HIV, again, many of whom are supportive housing tenants. We come before the committee today to address areas where oversight of city and state-funded supportive housing providers has negatively impacted our clients. We have numerous clients who've experienced harassment, discrimination, and abuse at the hands of their supportive housing providers. We're greatly concerned not only about these actions, but also the responses we receive when we approach these supportive housing providers about their illegal actions. Supportive housing staff and leadership alike regularly dismiss us and our clients' concerns. They take no action to remedy the reported behaviors, and they've even expressed their intention to continue harassing and discriminating against our clients. We see also serious issues with the financial management of supportive housing providers and with providers failing to provide reasonable accommodations. In one egregious example, 200 out of the 300 scatter site housing residents of supportive housing provider St. Nicholas Alliance were sued for non-payment of rent last year. In each of these proceedings, St. Nick's had received a rent subsidy payment from the city, from HRA, but failed to pass those on to the scatter site landlords. Because of St. Nick's failure, 200 of their 300 scatter site tenants were facing eviction when none of them had failed to pay their rent. In some other instances, supportive housing providers have sought to evict tenants with severe mental health issues rather than accommodate them. I've abbreviated my written testimony, goes into this a little bit more, but I just want to address a few of our clients, one of whom is a transgender woman who lives in a supportive housing project for people with mental illness. From the moment she moved in, high-level staff told her that they were not supportive and they did not approve of her gender identity. The harassment then escalated to staff sending a series of letters threatening to evict her without going through required judicial processes. When she retained my office, we reached out to the provider to advise them that these actions were illegal, but management boldly told us that they often circumvent court processes to evict people and that they intended to continue doing so. After these conversations, the provider continued to send her notices, some of them containing overtly discriminatory language, telling her that she was going to be evicted, quote, because you have constantly shown the symptoms of your mental health illness. Despite our numerous attempts to demand the harassment cease, the provider has continued in their attempts to intimidate her to get her to move out of the facility, but has to date not started a housing court proceeding. Another client of ours who lives in a supportive housing building exclusively for people living with HIV, his provider told a member of the community where he was living and thus exposed his HIV status, and he is now afraid to be seen in this community because he does not know who knows that he is living with HIV. A third client of ours, who is a transgender man, began his transition while living in a supportive housing building exclusively for young adults. When he informed staff that he was going to begin to transition, fellow residents made derogatory comments about his transition when he attempted to use the men's bathroom facilities, asked inappropriate questions about his genitals, and repeatedly outed and misgendered him, and even threatened violence against him. When this client made complaints to staff, they dismissed him and told him that the discrimination was brought on by his own actions and failed to take any reports of his complaints seriously. This client then began to withdraw and eventually was hospitalized for suicidal ideation, but the supportive housing provider has still yet to take responsibility for their actions. Finally, I would just add, in response to some of the information I heard from the Department of Health representative today, we rarely see tenants who have or are aware of the alleged Tenants' Bill of Rights, but we have seen tenants coerced into signing agreements that mandate case management or mental health services, which I heard the DOMHMH representative say was never a condition of continued tenancy. So for all of this, we really believe that mandatory training for supportive housing providers around LGBTQ issues, specifically trans and gender non-conforming people and people with mental illness, is greatly necessary in addition to much greater oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala and other council members, for this opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Coalition for the Homeless and our council, the Legal Aid Society. My name is Will Watts, and I am the Deputy Executive Director for Advocacy at Coalition for the Homeless. But before coming to New York, I represented homeless men, women, youth, and even veterans in Los Angeles, most of whom were living rough on the streets. As you well know, for over 40 years, the Coalition, together with Legal Aid, has advocated for and defended New York's right to shelter. Given our constant work on behalf of unhoused New Yorkers, we are quite familiar with the needs and experiences of unhoused New Yorkers. And therefore, we unequivocally and emphatically oppose this administration's focus on coerced removals of people living on New York City streets. Now, it was disappointing that earlier today, no one was here from the administration to be able to talk about this particular measure. But for so long as sweeps are continuing, we feel it's important to have transparency into what is occurring and an ability to yet again say that sweeps are more costly, both financially and otherwise, than investing in quality supportive housing and other evidence-based solutions. Therefore, we support Intro 1153 with a few friendly amendments. First, it should be clear that the removals triggering this reporting obligation are not just those involving tents and other items for rest and protection from the cold. Clearing of any personal property should trigger these obligations. Second, even though we know certain facts, such as Black and brown people are disproportionately represented in the unhoused population, we don't have specific data about how various demographics align with the frequency of police involvement or the resources offered in each sweep. Therefore, the data reported should be disaggregated by race, gender identity, age, sexual identity, and disability status to the extent possible without personally identifying individuals. Finally, just because someone is residing on the street does not mean that their personal property should be discarded or afforded fewer constitutional protections than any other New York City resident. Under current DHS and HRA policies, owners unable to take all of their personal property with them after a removal are entitled to temporarily store it and apply for grants for any ongoing storage needs. We need to know whether individuals are being made aware of these options, as well as any costs related to utilizing storage. So again, we firmly believe and hope that this data will show that the sweeps policy is costly, harmful to those targeted, and grossly ineffective at addressing street homelessness. This administration must recognize that the solution is actually quite simple. Our unhoused neighbors need appropriate shelter, not sweeps. They deserve house keys, not handcuffs. Thank you.
Councilmen and women, thank you for being here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'd like to talk to you about homelessness. There's a court case right here in New York City called Socialist Workers Party versus the Attorney General, where law enforcement, they run out and make people homeless and get people fired from their jobs. I was shocked when I first heard that, but that's what law enforcement do. And also, they use thugs, like according to the same court case, they use thugs to illegally break into people's homes and businesses. Again, that's in the court case. But how does law enforcement know that you're not at home? Well, according to the New York Times, Philander Castle was followed around by police for 13 years, and then they brutally executed him. So law enforcement like to follow people around. Why? I have no idea. So when the people kept saying to defund the police, has crime gone up or has crime come down? If crime has come down, fine, but if crime has gone up, the police tell their thugs to go out there and commit more crime like they did with the court case, Socialist Workers Party versus the Attorney General, to break into people's homes and businesses? Excuse me. So why have I been targeted by police? I put this online 10 years ago that I've been followed around by a criminal organization, which I had no idea who they was, but turned out to be cover-up cops. So why have I been targeted? I want you to think about a person named Breonna Taylor and Eric Gardner. These people were murdered by police, and then their family members also died. So when you find out the connection between that, then I want you to come to my family and ask yourself, has anybody been murdered in my family by police? That's why I've been targeted as well. And my friends tell me to record the police, and when I record them, the video keeps disappearing, so they keep hacking my cell phone, and they keep erasing the video. So, and last time I stood here for November 30th, at the other place, 250 Broadway, the police were called on me, again, as an excuse just to murder me, because last time I gave the same testimony, police is terrorizing me, and I keep asking for an open investigation they assaulted me in 2 different states, New York and Chicago. They assaulted me in 2 different states illegally. And every day they keep following me and terrorizing me. They keep sabotaging my car. I bought a body cam. I left it in my car. I use it, and I can't record because they keep doing things to the body cam. They keep sabotaging my car. They keep terrorizing me every day. So when they say they don't have enough funds to solve crime and violence, but they have enough money to have their thugs to break into people's homes and businesses, but they don't have enough money to solve crime. So I'm asking for an open investigation to find out why is it that they not only attacking me, but they're attacking people throughout America. Just a flyer that I gave.
Thank you. We're going to review that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to this panel, and if we have Dina Luck here, Dina, you can come up to testify. And at this time, if we have inadvertently missed anybody who would like to testify in person, please visit the Sergeant at Arms table and complete a witness slip. And if we inadvertently missed anybody who wants to testify virtually, you can use the Zoom raise hand function, and I'll call on you. Over now to Dina.
Press the button. Okay, thank you. My name is Dinah Luck, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Mobilization for Justice and a Shout ally. MFJ has decades of experience representing people with mental illness, especially in our mental health law project. We've submitted written testimony that describes the most significant issues that we've seen in supportive housing. Today, I'm going to focus on our recommendations. First and foremost, MFJ supports Shout's safe campaign demands, which we have included as an appendix to our written testimony. Additionally, we make the following recommendations. Require and enforce anti-discrimination policies in the tenant selection process. DSS has not dedicated any oversight in its legal unit to ensure applicants do not suffer disability discrimination or other types of discriminatory behavior. Require a reasonable accommodation process for applicants. There is no process for requesting a reasonable accommodation for supportive housing applicants. This is illegal and unacceptable. Develop an appeal process for applicants. There is no formal process by which an applicant can appeal a denial of supportive housing. Given that this is a city-facilitated application, this raises serious due process concerns. Next, embed anti-eviction requirements into contracts. Many supportive housing providers jump to using housing courts to resolve case management or clinical issues, putting vulnerable tenants at risk of re-entering homelessness. City officials should embed anti-eviction requirements into supportive housing contracts. Such requirements would safeguard tenants from the unnecessary use of housing courts and push providers to provide the services that can make this type of housing so successful. Number 5, require all providers to have a reasonable accommodation process for tenants. Many providers do not have a formal process in place or do not inform their tenants how to request an accommodation. I just have a little bit left? Okay. DSS and DOHMH must ensure that all providers have formal, transparent procedures and educate their tenants about the process and their rights. 6, make city FEPs available to all supportive housing tenants who want to move on and who do not have access to alternative rental subsidies. Last, create a city complaint process for supportive housing tenants. There is currently no formal process available for tenants who want to make a complaint against their supportive housing provider. And last, I just want to point out that as a Shout ally, we've met with a lot of politicians and we've had regular meetings with the State Office of Mental Health. The city DOHMH has refused to meet with us, and they all left today before the public testimony. I want to end on that note. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank you all for coming, and I want to give Shout a shout out. Great organizing, guys, and really excited to hear your testimony today. I think that you've lent a lot of insight into what applying for and living in supportive housing, you know, feels like. And so I've taken a lot of notes. I know that my colleagues have as well, and we will be following up and looking at some, you know, possible legislative fixes to some of these issues. But I want to say that I'm, you know, really proud of this having, you know, the ability to be able to host this hearing today, because I know that it was long overdue, but I think that it was very, very informative. And that's a testament to your dedication. So thank you so much. And with that, does any member have anything to say? Chair Holden, did you want to know? Okay. So with that, this hearing is concluded.